Hi and welcome to Stock Market Near Real-Time Analytics course. So in this video, just wanted to quickly set the expectations if you're a beginner or if you have prior knowledge of Microsoft Fabric. So this is an advanced course, so we expect you to have some prior knowledge of Microsoft Fabric, and this course is designed for learners with hands-on experience in data ingestion pipelines and creating reports, dashboards in Power BI, some familiarity with Power BI, and if you have good knowledge on how to write queries in SQL, because we built this around KQL, custom query language. But if you have some familiarity with SQL, it is good to start querying the data set that we'll be ingesting using the custom query language. But don't worry if you're a complete beginner to KQL, custom query language. So we'll be providing some introduction to KQL and then to get yourself familiarized with the KQL language. But you need to have some bit of knowledge about querying in SQL, or if in KQL, it's much better. And recommendation for beginners. So what you can expect if you're a beginner. So we recommend to first watch the free Fabric end-to-end course with COVID-19 that I've already built, and it's available in the platform. So we'll be sharing the link as a part of this lesson. You can find this link in the lesson notes below. So you can just go through this free Fabric end-to-end analytics course with real-world project using COVID-19 dataset, open dataset. That could be a good starting point for you to first watch the free Fabric course, because in this advanced course will not be covering the foundational concepts of Fabric. So if you need to be familiarized with the foundational concepts, I would recommend you to go through the free Fabric end-to-end course first to gain some good knowledge on Fabric foundation concepts. Okay, so you need to gain some familiarity with the Lakehouse concepts and Eventstream concepts, warehouse concepts, and Fabric workspaces, one lake, and all of those foundational concepts. Then you will have a good foundation to learn more about Fabric real-time intelligence components, that we'll be building in this advanced course. So I hope that sets the expectations. If you're a beginner, what are the recommendations? And if you have some knowledge or prior knowledge on Fabric, so we expect you to have some querying knowledge and building some dashboards, reports, and PBI, some data modeling concepts, and hands-on experience creating the ingestion pipelines and stuff like that. So see you in the next video. Thank you. Hi and welcome to Stock Market Near Real-Time Analytics with Microsoft Fabric. So in this video, we will walk through the course structure and architecture we will be building step by step in this course. By the end of this course, you'll have practical knowledge to build near real-time analytics with Microsoft Fabric. So let's dive right in. Let me expand the course structure. So the journey is split into 4 different modules. In module 1, Introduction to Near Real-Time Stock Analytics and Data Source API, we will explore the concept of real-time analytics in Fabric and Alpha Vantage as our data source API to ingest the stock data. And in module 2, data engineering with Microsoft Fabric, so we will be ingesting the stock data with Eventstream and model the data in Eventhouse. You will learn essential concepts like dimensional modeling in this particular module, and then extending the data via KQL as well, which is custom query language. And in module 3, we'll bring the data to life with interactive Power BI dashboards to visualize the stock trends. So you will learn essential metrics like how to calculate daily change for a stock, and then the moving averages right within the semantic model itself. And in module 4, we will tie all these together and focus on automation and real-time data refreshes in semantic model, and then we will wrap up the course. So each module builds on the previous one. So let's dive right in. Let us look at the architecture diagram. This architecture diagram represents the stock market analytics system that we'll be building in this course. So our data source layer will be ingesting the stock data, the previous day closing prices from Alpha Vantage API. So we will discuss more about it in module 1. So we ingest the previous day closing prices, not minute by minute data. And why the previous day closing price ingestion is ideal? Because stock market analysts ideally make financial decisions based on the previous closing prices or the historical data for any stock by looking at the previous closing prices. That gives us consistent and accurate information about any stock that you look at, instead of looking at minute by minute data. So our entry point would be the Eventstream as our data ingestion layer. So we'll be building the notebook and pipelines to schedule a daily refresh or daily stock data ingestion into our system, and the ingestion is completely handled by Eventstream in Fabric real-time intelligence experience. And then we will be looking at Eventhouse as our storage layer. So we essentially have our Eventhouse and then KQL database to store the raw tables as well as the process tables in the KQL database. So KQL scripts are built to extend the data using this custom query language scripts as well. So our data storage and processing layer would be Eventhouse for efficient and optimized querying. So we'll look at it in detail during our module 2 when we build on this course. And then we will be looking at the dimensional modeling. We'll be building fact tables and then dimension tables right within the Eventhouse to build our semantic model on top of it. So, and we have this one lake shortcut to bring in some of the reusable dimensions, like let's say date dimension and then stock dimension. So date dimension you might have in some other Lakehouse. Let's say in my previous course I built the date dimension for COVID-19 data analytics. So we can reuse that same date dimension in this project as well, simply by creating a shortcut to the COVID data lake and then pull the required dimensions and then place it in your KQL database. That's exactly what I did to bring in the date dimension. And then you can also store your or build your stock dimension in Lakehouse, and then you can keep the reference point inside the KQL database using one lake shortcuts. So once that is done, we will be building our semantic data model with fact and dimensions sitting on top of the KQL database. And then we will be building our Power BI dashboards and reports, and then real-time dashboards as well for our visualization and reporting capabilities in Fabric. So that's at a high level how the components are utilized inside Fabric, especially the real-time intelligence experience inside Fabric platform. So we have leveraged the Alpha Vantage API as our data source to ingest the stock data in near real time. So it runs every morning to bring in the previous day closing prices to simulate the near real time experience. And then we have our entry point as Eventstream, so which keeps pushing the stock data into our Eventhouse, and then the data would be stored as raw tables, and the process tables will also be stored in the KQL database using KQL script, which we have used extensively to extend the data and do the required processing in KQL scripts. So if you are new to custom query language, I'll give you a bit of introduction during our module 1. Okay, so we'll also share the required resources for you to be familiar with. So similar to SQL, it is KQL, which is custom query language, which helps in efficient and optimized querying. It is designed to query large scale data sets. Okay, so especially for real-time intelligence or real-time analytics. So we have leveraged all of the real-time intelligence capabilities in Fabric to simulate the stock market near real-time analytics. Okay. By the end of this course, you will not only understand how these components work inside Fabric, but how they fit together to build a robust near real-time analytics solution. And this course is highly hands-on, as I mentioned. So please remember, we'll be extensively applying the concepts that we'll be learning in this course instead of just watching the demos. Hi and welcome back. So in this video, in module 1, we will quickly look at the foundational concepts of stock market, some of the key metrics like OHLC, and we'll also look at the data source API, AlphaVantage API. We'll look at the JSON sample response that we'll be using to ingest the stock data into our analytics pipeline. Let's dive in. So some of the basics are the metrics that you need to know. The OHLC, what is OHLC in stock market? So first, let's try and break down this essential concept in stock analytics. So every stock has a daily trading summary, often captured using this OHLC format, which is open, high, low, and close prices. So let me jump on to the chart to give you a better overview. Refresh this. So here I'm looking at Nifty 50 indices. Okay, so it's an index, Nifty 50 index. So here you can see a candle like chart. So you can see it's a daily chart. So you can even change it to weekly, but we are looking at daily summary of this particular index, or even if you can look at any stock, you can do that. So if you look at any particular day, so for example here Thursday, January 2, 2025, you can see the open price, high, low, and closing price, right? And also the volume at the bottom as well. So if you just scroll to any particular candle, you can see if it's a red candle, it opened higher and then closed low. If it's a green candle, it opened low and closed high. And then the fluctuation during the trading day, which is the high low, is also captured in this candle. So that's one of the essential concept that you need to know, because when we build our analytics pipeline and when we produce the Power BI dashboards and reports, so we'll also be building this kind of candle-like chart with the data that we'll be ingesting using AlphaVantage API. So it's good to know what this candle chart is and how to interpret this chart in a candle, the OHLC format, which you need to know, which gives you the daily trading summary, right? So that's one thing I just wanted to show you, and let's jump on to the data source API that we'll be looking at. So see, to bring these metrics that we looked at, the daily summary for a stock, any stock that you take, into our analytics environment in Fabric, so we need a reliable data source, right? So and for this project or POC that will be going through in this course, we'll be using the AlphaVantage API, as I already mentioned during the architectural overview. It's a free service providing comprehensive stock market data. Not only the Indian stock market data, you can also look at the global stocks as well. Okay, so we are going to call this programmatically, API programmatically, so to extract the relevant metrics and then feed them into our analytics pipeline. So we'll look into that when we dive into the module 2 to build our ingestion pipeline. So let me move on to this documentation. So I'll share this link in the lesson itself. You can find this link below this lesson, so you can go through this documentation. I'll share the link. So I would recommend you to go through this documentation. You can get the intraday prices, daily prices for any stock, okay, and daily adjusted, weekly. There are many APIs which they are offering it for free. Okay, you can go through this Alpha Vantage API documentation. But if you look at daily for our course, so we'll be looking at the time series daily data. Okay, so it returns the raw data. Okay, daily time series data. So you can look at the API parameters and other information, and you can see some examples here for JSON output, right? So as I mentioned, you can also try and ingest the data, stock data for some of the global stocks as well. You can see here how they are doing it. Okay, they're providing some examples as well. You can run that API and look at the JSON output for yourself. But let's come down. So for the purpose of this course, so we will be looking at the sample ticker traded in India, let's say. Okay, so we'll be probably looking at Reliance or TCS. So I have a sample JSON for you. So you can see here. So it's Alpha Vantage, the same link. Only thing is the function is time series daily, and symbol, you can tweak the symbol to the stock of your choice, and then look at the JSON output. And the output size is also something you can modify. All the information you can see here, the API parameters, the output size, it's optional. By default it will be compact. Okay, so I think it will be returning the latest 100 data points, okay, in the JSON response. But if you say full, if you pass it as full, it returns the full series of 20 plus years of historical data. So however you want, you can ingest the data into our analytics pipeline. But for the purpose of this course, we'll be leaving it to compact to return only the latest 100 data points. Okay, so let me show you a sample. So here is it, and I'm going to look at the TCS stock, okay, in India, in Bombay Stock Exchange. So it's like stock dot the exchange that you need to provide in symbol parameter, and the output size we have given it as full. Okay, but then if you want to look at the compact version of it, you can always do that. So this full will provide, you can see the historical data. Okay, so but let me just try and change it to, let's say, compact, and try to run this API and see the response. So there you go. So now you can see the response in JSON format, the metadata. You can see the symbol information, when it was last refreshed. So as I already mentioned during the architectural overview, we'll be looking at the previous closing prices, even in our reports and dashboards, to look at the historical trends and derive some insights. So here you can see as of recording, you can see the last refresh date is 2/1. Okay, so we have the data till yesterday closing, which is 2nd of January 2025, and you can see the open price for TCS, high, low, and then the closing price. Okay, so and the volume as well. So all this information captured in a JSON format that you can see for every day. You can see those metrics coming in, including the volume. Okay, and you can see it provides last trading days 100 data points, which is excluding the weekends. 100 data points. You can see till when you have the data. It's like around August 12th. Okay, so 12th of August you have the data. So the last 100 data points, the compact version of this Alpha Vantage API. So this is exactly we are going to use in our ingestion pipeline using Eventstream to push the data into our analytics pipeline. Well, one thing which I missed to inform you. So when you try and set up this API, okay, you need to claim your API key. That's important. Okay, so API key is required. So it's unique to everyone. Okay, so when you try and simulate this, when you're following along in this course, which we ideally plan to do, because this course is highly hands-on, as I already mentioned. So please claim your free API key here. So you can follow this link. Okay, I can provide the link to claim your free API key as well. So you can provide the information. Okay, so your organization email, and then only the basic information they need it with your email address to get the free API key. And please make sure to save it or store it in a secure place. Okay, because if it's lost, I'm not sure if you're able to retain it, because they're providing this lifetime access with your free API key. Okay, so you need to provide your legitimate email address, and by acquiring and using an Alpha Vantage API key, you agree, just please make sure you read the terms of service and privacy policy as well. Okay, it's completely free. Okay, but provide your legitimate email address and the required information to claim the free API key. Okay, so also they have mentioned this is the primary way we will contact you for future announcements through your email, or troubleshooting in case if you lose your API key. So I'll provide this link as well along with the documentation link in the lesson. Okay, please make sure to go through this documentation in detail before you jump on to the next video. Okay, so you can also explore the daily adjusted intraday and weekly, monthly other APIs as well. But for the scope of this course, we'll be looking at the time series daily API, as I've just shown you the sample JSON for TCS stock. Quick look at what we will be doing, or what we'll be building in the module 2. So as part of data ingestion pipeline, so we had a high level walkthrough of this architecture, but from data ingestion point of view, we just looked at the Alpha Vantage API with a sample JSON for TCS stock. So our Eventstream component in Fabric would be the entry point or the gateway to ingest the API data. So we'll do that programmatically in the notebook by setting up the pipeline. So we will dive into the ingestion concepts. Real hands-on starts in module 2. Okay, so and our the Eventhouse component in Fabric acts as the data store or the storage layer once we try and ingest the stock market API data via Eventstream into the Eventhouse. Okay, in the next video, we will dive deep into setting up the Fabric environment, and then we will start building the data ingestion pipeline. So see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. So before we dive deep into setting up the Fabric environment itself, so in this video, we'll quickly have a high-level overview of the data ingestion component in Fabric, which is Eventstream, and also the Eventhouse, which is our storage layer. So we will quickly talk about why we are going for those components in real-time intelligence experience instead of Lakehouse, and what are some of the benefits of Eventstream and why we are going for it. So Eventstream, as I already mentioned during our architectural walkthrough, so it is the entry point or gateway for our data ingestion, stock data ingestion from the Alpha Vantage API. So we'll be programmatically calling this API, and we'll be ingesting the data into the Eventhouse via Eventstream. See, for our use case, the stock analytics, so it is very critical to look at the real-time data and then make the decisions in real time. So that use cases, Fabric platform is providing real-time intelligence experience. So we can have a look at it in the module 2. We will dive deep into hands-on. So Eventstream has many benefits. So when your use case is real-time intelligence, right? So when you want to make some decisions in real time, and if you need to kind of ingest the streaming data from API or from different sources, Eventstream is the Microsoft's capability to provide the real-time ingestion, okay, in Fabric. So it has many benefits. So one, the simplicity, you'll have a lot of pre-built connectors to connect to different sources, including here in our case, it's the API that we are trying to call and ingest into the Eventhouse through the Eventstream, and we have many different protocols. We will have a look at it. So we'll be using Kafka protocol to ingest the stock data from API into the Eventhouse. So we'll look at it. And you have other protocols as well. Maybe during demo, you'll have some idea about it. And also the scalability, you can ingest the streaming data at massive scale. So in our case, the stock data will be performing demo with a few stocks, but you can scale it massively, by looking at massive number of stocks, be it in India or global stocks, right? So it's highly scalable as well. So those are some of the benefits you need to keep in mind why we are going for Eventstream. Well, let's quickly answer some of the frequently asked questions. Why we are opting for Eventstream and Eventhouse instead of Lakehouse. So let me open my mind node. So why Eventstream and Eventhouse is ideal than Lakehouse? The first point is real-time data processing needs. So ingestion and processing needs. See, for our use case stock analytics, it's quite critical to ingest and then process and then infer some trends of stock data in near real time. So Eventstream and Eventhouse is quite ideal to achieve this than the Lakehouse, because Lakehouse is more for batch processing and then historical trend analysis. So that's one. And then the streaming capability. So Eventstream supports massive streaming data at scale, whereas in Lakehouse it doesn't inherently supports streaming capability at all. And low latency analytics. So Eventhouse, once you have the data stored in Eventhouse via Eventstream, so you can query and analyze data in near real time in Eventhouse. So it's optimized for very large scale data sets, right? So than the Lakehouse experience. So real-time monitoring and intelligence, yes. So once you have the data ingested via Eventstream into Eventhouse, and then once you're done with dimensional modeling with your fact and dimension tables, you can build your models, and then you can start building your dashboards and then monitor your stock data, in our case in near real time. And purpose specific design. So this Eventstream plus Eventhouse combination is purpose built for near real time scenarios, such as the one which we are looking at, monitoring the stock trends in near real time. So that's the idea. So I hope you get it, why we are going for Eventstream and Eventhouse. If you may have a question why we are not having Lakehouse experience for our near real time experience. So it's completely a different component set provided by Microsoft for real time intelligence capabilities. Since you need a highly scalable streaming service, and then highly optimized storage for near real time analytics. So it depends on how or what the use case, what your use case might be, and then you need to decide on which component you need to go for. And in the next video, we will dive into the setup of Fabric environment quickly, and then it will be more of a hands-on. We will start building the Eventstream pipeline, and we'll dive more into hands-on. So I hope by this point, I assume you have a working Azure subscription and your Fabric trial enabled, so that you can follow along in starting from the next video. You can follow along the course with rigorous hands-on, because this course, again, I'm reiterating, it's highly hands-on. So please follow along so that you'll get good understanding when you try and do some hands-on. So that's the idea of the CDA Learning Hub Academy. So we're trying to bridge the gap between the theoretical knowledge and real-world application. So that's the idea. So I hope you enjoyed the course so far. So I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hi and welcome back. So we are in module 2, data engineering with Microsoft Fabric, and this module is going to be quite extensive, because we will be doing the data ingestion, data transformation, and then pushing the data into Eventhouse. So before all of that, so we need to make sure we have the required setup in place. So in this video, we will look at the Fabric environment setup. So what we are going to cover in this session. So I'll talk a bit about Fabric trial setup. Okay, so but we are not going to get into the details again. So I'll share the co-creator video, but I can provide you a brief about it, and then probably you can get the setup ready, the trial setup ready, and then you have to create your workspace, and probably will quickly show you how we can create and manage resources for this particular course, Eventstream and Eventhouse, in real-time intelligence experience. And we'll also quickly go through Fabric admin portal settings, few settings. It's a lot, but we'll quickly go through some of those, and make sure you think of this as a setting, the stage for entire data engineering process, which is quite critical. So let's talk a bit about trial setup. So Fabric is, if you're not already aware, Fabric trial is completely free for 2 months. So you can enable that, but there is a catch. So you can enable it only with your business email address. You cannot enable Fabric trial with your personal email address. So to do that, I think we have a workaround in place. So check out the co-creator YouTube video, which clearly explains how you can create a user in your own Azure subscription and then activate the Fabric trial. Okay, so it is quite straightforward, nothing to worry about it. So all you have to do is get your Azure subscription if you don't have it already. So I would strongly recommend you to go for the pay-as-you-go account, because if you go for Azure trial account, there could be restrictions, because one of my students already experienced this issue if they went for this trial account in Azure. And all you have to do is create an user in the Azure tenant, in your tenant, and then use that particular user to activate Fabric trial. But for some reason the Fabric capacities are not enabled. Probably it could be due to the restrictions in Azure trial account. But then we had this workaround to create the user in the pay-as-you-go account, and then we tried to enable the Fabric trial, and it worked. So I would strongly recommend you to get your pay-as-you-go Azure subscription first. Okay, get your subscription, and you no need to pay anything in upfront. So I already stressed a lot about this in my free Fabric course as well. So get your pay-as-you-go account, and you will be billed only for what you use in that particular month, in the subsequent month, right? So you'll be billed. So if you're not using anything, let's say, you won't be billed anything, so there is no upfront cost, there is no harm in it. You can go for a pay-as-you-go account and get it ready so that you can explore Azure. And then even if your trial subscription ends, if you need to purchase Fabric, you can go ahead and do it in Azure portal. So there are a lot of benefits that you can reap, I would say, when you go for pay-as-you-go subscription. So go ahead and do it. Follow the instructions in the video, and you can reach out to me in the comments below as well if you have any issues with the Fabric trial account setup. So once you have the user created in your tenant in Azure, then you need to go to app.fabric.com. So I'll provide instructions probably to you in the in this particular lesson itself. At the bottom you can see that. So you can activate the Fabric trial by getting into app.fabric.microsoft.com with that user that you'll be creating, and the domain could be like, if you have the custom domain, you can link it in the Azure portal in your tenant, and then you will get user with your domain. Otherwise it will be with default domain like on microsoft.com. That's completely okay. And then you can activate the Fabric trial, and they're providing 60 days, which is more than enough for you to even build this POC, what we are looking at, which is stock market near real-time analytics. So 60 days is more than enough for you to play around and build something end-to-end, what we are trying to do in this course. So I would strongly recommend you to go ahead, even before jumping on to the next video. By end of this video, I assume you have a fully functional Fabric trial setup, because without that there is no point of moving forward with this course, because again I'm stressing, it's highly hands-on, and the goal is to bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and the practice that you're going to get. That's the whole idea of building this course. Again, I'm stressing it. So get your Fabric trial setup in first place before jumping on to the next video, which will be covering the data ingestion using Eventstream. So I hope by end of this video you have a fully functional Fabric trial setup to create the Eventstream, because if you follow along when I demonstrate what I'm going to demonstrate shortly, to build this POC in stock market near real-time analytics. So you will gain a good understanding on what to create, why we are creating those components for this particular use case, and you will get a good exposure to all of the components, and then you'll be industry ready. So that's the whole idea. Okay, so I'll quickly show you in Fabric, so the real-time intelligence experience, what we're talking about here, and then how you can create and manage the resources, Eventstream and Eventhouse, which is going to be critical for us for this POC, stock market near real-time analytics. So if you have looked at previous videos, I hope so, why we are using Eventstream, because it's going to be our the use cases more around the near real-time analytics. So I need a streaming service. So this is our gateway to ingest the data into Eventhouse, which scales massively for large scale data sets. Okay, and I will quickly show you the Fabric admin portal as well. Okay, well, so before we get into the Fabric portal, to just have a quick look at the environment settings and some of the components that we'll be creating as part of this course. One more thing. So again, I'm stressing this is an advanced course, and if you're not familiar with the foundational Fabric concepts such as tenant capacities, what are those, and how you can manage capacities, and those foundational concepts like one lake, which is quite critical, so all of those is not in the scope of this particular course to cover. So if you're not familiar, and if you're completely new to Fabric, and if you need to gain some good knowledge on foundational concepts, I would strongly recommend you to enroll in free Fabric course in my platform. So let me move on to, so here in the platform, I can share the link for this free course to master the Fabric end-to-end data analytics platform with live project again, which is COVID-19 dataset. So we explored COVID-19 dataset and built end-to-end data analytics in this particular free course. So you can enroll for this course completely free without any cost, and it's quite a lot. You can go through the curriculum. So we have covered some introduction about Fabric and its components, and then setting up the Fabric and trial environment I just talked about, and then planning, implementing and managing a solution, preparing and serving your data, and then finally implementing and managing and semantic models, and then explore and analyze data. So it's like close to 7 hours of content end to end, which you can go through it if you need to gain some foundational understanding of Fabric first before we get into the advanced course that we are doing here. So I would strongly recommend you to enroll in this free course, get some good understanding, and then probably jump onto the advanced course, the real-time intelligence experience that we are doing here with stock market data. Okay, that being said, let me jump on to the Fabric portal. So if you're completely new to Fabric portal, so I hope by this point you have already had some hands-on in Fabric using the free course. So if you're not, pause, and then you can go back to the free course, get some hands-on, play around, and then come back here to gain some understanding on advanced concepts like real-time intelligence experience. Okay, so once you activated the Fabric trial, so you can see under which tenant you have this particular trial account tagged. Okay, and you can see it's free account and trial status 40 days left. So they have given 60 days, and then you can see the trial status here, and then on the bottom left, you can see, if you click on Microsoft Fabric, you can see different experiences, right? So it's all experiences in Fabric, so you can navigate to different experiences like databases, data factory, industry solutions, real-time intelligence, data engineering, data science, data warehouse. Okay, so let me get into the real-time intelligence experience. You can just navigate from here. Okay, so let me click on that. That will take you to the home page of real-time intelligence, and then you can see some of the recommended items to be created if your use case is more of a real-time intelligence use case, right? So in our case, it's stock market analytics. We are going to ingest the data from Alpha Vantage API. So I would see this use case as a real-time use case. So we are building this near real-time intelligence experience. Okay, so some of the recommended items to create, you can see here, Eventhouse, KQL query set, real-time dashboard, Eventstream, and so on. Okay, so I think maybe I can quickly show you how you can go ahead and build it maybe in the next video when we talk about ingesting the stock data into Eventhouse via Eventstream in detail. We will get into the details of it, but this is to just set up the environment. So make sure you have the trial account activated, as I mentioned, and then you can navigate to real-time intelligence experience, and then you can start creating the event stream items and other items. Also, you need to make sure you are able to create the workspace, because one critical point here is when you are creating the user in Azure tenant, you need to provide the required role, which is the Fabric administrator role, to be able to gain complete access into the Fabric platform. Okay, so otherwise I think you'll not be able to utilize all of the features with that user that will be activating the Fabric trial. So Fabric admin role is quite critical for you to kind of gain the role itself for that particular user. If I navigate to admin portal under governance and insights, so I'm clicking on settings, under scroll down, governance and insights, admin portal. So here you can see almost all of the settings I'm able to see, and I can have control also, right? So tenant settings, so whether I can control whether users in this particular organization can create Fabric items or not, or in any specific security groups and stuff like that. There are many other settings which we cannot even go through. There are a lot of settings, but you can go through it. So you can gain that kind of access only with Fabric administrator role for that particular user. So when you create that user, make sure you're providing the required permissions for this user, whatever user that is that you're creating with the Fabric administrator role. Otherwise, I think you will be able to see only capacity settings and minimal settings in the admin portal, not all that I'm seeing here, like domains, users, metrics, capacity settings, and a lot of other settings, okay, workspace related settings and all. Under capacity settings, once you have activated the Fabric trial, you cannot see anything under premium because we have activated trial. So under trial, you can see whatever capacities you have tagged to that particular tenant. Okay, so you can check those as well. Coming back to, okay, so once you're all set with your Fabric trial account, so the next thing what you need to do is creating a workspace, right? Because once you have the workspace ready, you need to tag the trial capacity to the workspace and then start building the items. Okay, so even in real-time intelligence experience, if I go to real-time intelligence experience, if I try to create an event stream to ingest the streaming data, so let me say test and then try to create it. Okay, it will be, so under settings, we can always okay, so by default I have this workspace already created, so it's adding this particular item into the existing workspace which we are already in. Otherwise, you need to make sure the first thing would be to create the workspace in first place and then start creating the item. So you can navigate to workspaces and create your new workspace. Okay, in our case, I have created a stock market near real-time analytics workspace. If I navigate, so this is the workspace, and under workspace settings, you can see a lot of settings in place. So if you click on license info on the left side, so you can see the trial subscription or trial account is tagged. Okay, trial license is tagged, you can see under Central India. Okay, so we will also talk about Git integration and other settings later. Okay, but the first point, once you have the setup ready, is to create the workspace and tag the trial license to this particular workspace if not already. So once you're done with that, then you can start building your POC items by clicking on new item and then start from there. Okay, so that's exactly I wanted to show you in this video, to make sure you're ready with the environment. If not, if you're completely new to Fabric, so please make sure you get into the free course and get some knowledge and hands-on, and then come back to this particular advanced course. Okay, so that's all about this video, and I will see you in the next video, wherein we will dive deep into ingesting the data, stock market data, especially the Indian stock market TCS stock data into the Eventhouse via Eventstream. So we'll be looking at the Eventstream configuration. So there are different protocols we'll be talking about, and why we are choosing probably Kafka protocol, and there are a couple of other protocols are available. So we'll get an overview of those protocols, and then we will configure the protocol, and with the help of notebook we will see how we can ingest the data from Alpha Vantage API into the Eventhouse with the Eventstream capability in Fabric real-time intelligence. So I'll see you there. Hi and welcome back. So we are in module 2. So in this video we will dive deep into data ingestion capabilities for our use case, to see how we can ingest the stock market data from Alpha Vantage API into Eventhouse by configuring Eventstream with the stock endpoint, which always listens to the API, and we will see how we can build the pipeline, the data ingestion pipeline, to automatically ingest the stock data on daily basis. Okay, so the previous closing prices would be ingested into the Eventhouse on daily basis every day morning. So we'll look at it in detail. So before we even jump on to the hands-on, I wanted to show you the supported protocols in Eventstream. Okay, so we will talk a bit about it as well. Okay, so here I think in this video we will be covering the Eventstream configuration for real-time stock data, and then we will integrate it with Alpha Vantage API, which is our data source, to ingest the TCS stock data. So a pointer. So in this entire POC, we will be trying to look at one particular stock. So we are not going to ingest multiple stocks, just for the sake of demonstration and to keep it concise. So we will be ingesting the TCS stock data from Indian stock market to keep it very simple, to make you understand as easy as possible. So we'll do that, and then you can pick stock of your choice, and then you can follow along as well. Okay, and any questions you can please feel free to drop the comments in this same lesson below, okay, in the platform, and I'll be able to look at it and respond. And then we'll also see how we can set up the incremental loading of TCS stock, as I mentioned. So we'll be setting up the pipeline to automatically ingest the daily stock data, the previous closing prices in the following day, and we'll automate it as well. And then looking at the schema alignment and any date formatting issues as well, okay, in case if any. And let me just scroll to the right. Okay, so let's talk a bit about the Eventstream supported protocols. Okay, so and then we will jump on to Fabric portal. So what are some of the different supported protocols by Eventstream item in real-time intelligence experience? So we have Event Hub, so which is highly compatible with Azure Event Hub. So best for scenarios where you already using Azure native services for event ingestion. Okay, and then Kafka protocol. I hope you are already familiar with Kafka. So it allows integration with Kafka producers and clients. So if you are completely new to Kafka, don't worry. I think you can read a bit about Kafka. So it is the real-time streaming service, okay, so which massively scales as well. So we will see, because in our use case we are going to configure Kafka only. So I'll show you exactly the syntax, how you can set up the topics and push the data from Alpha Vantage API into the specific topic in Kafka. Okay, so Microsoft is making it really easy. All you need to do is the required configuration. Once you have the event stream ready, and start ingesting the data from API, AlphaVantage API. It is quite useful if you're working with applications or systems built around Kafka messaging streaming architecture. And then we have third protocol, which is AMQP, which is Advanced Message Queuing Protocol. So we are not going to get into the details of these protocols. So Kafka is what we are going to use. So we will, for this use case, we will leverage Kafka and see how we can configure the protocol, and then see how we can ingest the data into Eventstream. Okay, but this AMQP is widely used in message-oriented middlewares and ensures reliable communication for, let's say, IoT devices, real-time apps, and distributed systems. Let's quickly see how we can use these protocols. We are going to get a good hands-on, but before that, how to use these protocols, especially Kafka. So you can use Kafka producer, libraries in Python. So there's something called Confluent Kafka, which is already available in Python. So there is a library available. You can utilize that library to kind of build your ingestion platform. Okay, so, or ingestion pipeline to say. So in Java and other languages, but we are going to leverage the Python library, which is Confluent Kafka, to see how we can configure and then ingest the stock market data from AlphaVantage API. Okay, so that's exactly what we're going to do to send our data to Fabric Event Stream. And a sample syntax, so you can download the Confluent Kafka, and then you need to import the producer, and then we will do the required configuration with the Bootstrap servers. So the endpoints will be provided once you have created the event stream item in Fabric. So all you need to do is just get those endpoints here in configuration, and then you need to initiate the producer with that configuration, and then we will try to call this producer.produce and then pass the topic name, which we'll pick in the configuration in event stream, and then we will pass the stock payload in the value parameter, and then we'll say flush, which will kind of push the data or ingest the data into the specific topic in Kafka to further stream it to required destination. So we will see how we can configure that stock endpoint, and then once the data is ingested, where you need to store it, to which destination we need to push this data that we are trying to ingest. In our case, it's stock data, right? And Event Hub, it integrates well with the Event Hub SDK Azure, so enabling easy data transfer from services like IoT Hub or Log Analytics. So AMQP utilized libraries like Pika for Python-based QP clients or Apache Cupid. But we're not going to get into details of these protocols, just for information. Maybe you can explore further if you're curious about it. So choosing the right protocol, Kafka best if you need compatibility with existing Kafka based applications. So in our case, we're going to explore Kafka. Probably you can try even Event Hub if you want, but let's keep things simple. So we'll be trying to leverage the Python library Confluent Kafka to achieve what we need to, what we intend to do in our use case. Event Hub ideal for integrating with Azure services or if already using Event Hub. Okay, AMQP suitable for messaging scenarios with high reliability and low latency requirements, particularly for IoT devices. Okay, so that being said, let's jump on to our hands-on video. Hi and welcome back. So I'm in Fabric portal inside stock market near real-time analytics workspace. So by this point, I hope you have a working workspace with the trial capacity linked to it as well and ready to go. So we will talk about how we can control set up the DevOps as your source control. So that we will talk about later. So in my workspace, so I have all the items created already. So I'll be helping you to follow along and help you to create each and every item with the required configuration end to end. Okay, so let's talk a bit about Eventstream. So in this video, we will look into the detailed configuration of how you can configure Eventstream to ingest the stock market near real-time data from Alpha Vantage API into Eventhouse, right? So if you're inside this workspace, you can, just to show you, click on new item, and then you can probably search for Eventstream, and there you go. You can click on Eventstream, and let's say name it, just to show you. Click on whatever name you want to give, and then click on create. It's already taken, just create. So once you're creating Eventstream item within the workspace. Okay, so give it some time, and then this is the UI that you will get to design a flow to ingest, transform, and route streaming events. Okay, so it will ask you to choose the data sources, use external source or sample data, or use custom endpoint. What we are going to do is we are going to add source as a custom endpoint. Okay, so I'll show you what exactly we built already, but when you're trying to create it for the very first time, you should know probably go with the custom endpoint without sample data or external sources. So click on custom endpoint, and maybe you can say it's a stock endpoint, and then just click on add, and then you will get into a canvas like this. Okay, so you can see here, so the stock endpoint is created, and then you can configure. I'll show you how we can configure this in the Eventstream item which we already created, but once you create it freshly, so you need to choose the custom endpoint, and the endpoint is ready. Okay, and then we will try and see how we can author this as well. Okay, well, once you have this canvas, so you probably may not be able to see the protocol configuration, different protocols we talked about. I think you need to publish for it to take effect. Okay, so without that you won't be able to configure. So what you can do is you can go ahead and publish this Eventstream, whatever you have just created. It will say committing topology in progress, and then topology changes were published. Close that, and now you can see the sources and destinations on the left, right? So destination, nothing is configured, but on the source side it's the custom endpoint, and you can see different protocols here. Now let me hide this. So we have chosen the stock endpoint, which is active now. Okay, so, and you can see the three different protocols we just talked about: Event Hub, AMQP, and Kafka, and the name of it, and then the SAS key authentication for every protocol is also given. So let me close this test one and navigate to the working item which we have already created. If you face any challenges at this point, feel free to comment or reach out to my team, so we will be able to help out if any challenges in setting up the Eventstream. So let me move on to the workspace. So there are a couple of ways you can see in the items in workspace. I hope you're already aware. If not, it's list view. We can see different items we have created in this particular workspace as a part of this POC that will be demonstrating. Otherwise, you can see the lineage view as well. Okay, so that will show you the complete lineage view, as you can see here, and the different items we have created, like Eventstream, Lakehouse, Eventhouse, KQL databases, data pipelines, real-time dashboards, semantic models, notebooks, and then notebooks. All of those items you can see like in lineage view or in list view, whichever way you want to see it. Okay, so let me open this Eventstream, which we named it as load stock data to Eventhouse. Okay, so let me load that. Okay, so and you can see I have this stock endpoint as source, and then the destination, we will talk about it a bit. So let's look at the configuration for this stock endpoint, which is active. So as I mentioned, we are not leveraging Event Hub or the other AMQP protocol. So we are leveraging Kafka protocol. If I navigate to Kafka, So I think what are the details that you need to note it down at this point. So you can go to SaaS key authentication, okay, and then all you need to do is copy the bootstrap server somewhere. Okay, so you need this information. So whatever information you need it to take it to notebook, so that you can kind of set up that pipeline to ingest the Alpha Vantage API stock payload into the event stream to this endpoint. So for that, you need to make sure you're copying some of the configuration items or parameters like the bootstrap server for Kafka, which you need to copy. Okay, let me expand this. You're not able to see it. Okay. Okay, well, so bootstrap server is one. Okay, and then the security protocol, SCASL mechanism. So everything you just please make a note of it, and then SCASL, SASL, JAS config. Okay, so you just copy this as well and store it somewhere. Now, because this configuration will have both the username and password in this particular configuration, so you make a note of it. So you need to copy the bootstrap server. Okay, so and then the protocol mechanism, everything what you see here, just copy it somewhere and keep it ready. Okay, and also I think if you try to enable this eye icon, okay, so it will also show you at the bottom, or now I think you can see the topic information as well. You scroll down, you can see the topic details as well. Okay, so copy the topic information as well, and the shared access key information as well. Okay, because what we're trying to do is we will ingest the stock data from Alpha Vantage API, and then we will be pushing the data into the event stream, and we need to set up the required configuration. For that, you need all of these details: the bootstrap information, protocol information, and the username, password, and the topic information. Okay, so we'll be flushing. I talked about flush right in the syntax, so we'll look at the notebook shortly. So we'll flush the data into this particular topic with the required configuration, and then it will actively listen and then get the required data once we are ingesting, and then stream it to the required destinations in real time. Okay, so that's the idea. So make sure you copy all of this required details somewhere and be ready. Okay, well, so let's jump on to the notebook. So to look at the configuration for our event stream, so let me open ingest stock API data history. So we have a couple of notebooks. I'll show you how we can ingest the historical data. Then I think we will set up the incremental notebook as well. Okay, so we'll look into that as well. Let me open this notebook, ingest stock API data history. Okay, I hope you can see this notebook. So here, let's quickly run through this notebook and the code what we have in this notebook. So you can also download this notebook. So I'll be attaching the notebook in the same lesson below. So you can download and then you can follow along by configuring the required parameters that you need to configure. Okay, so let's quickly run through this. So what we're trying to do in this notebook. So we have the environment ready with PySpark. Okay, so and then we will start importing the requests library and then JSON library. Okay, so and then what we are trying to do is we'll define the Alpha Vantage API endpoint and API key. So that's quite important. So I hope you remember or saved somewhere your unique API key for Alpha Vantage. So that's the first point we discussed about during the last session. So wherever you have saved your API key, you need to bring that API key and then replace your API key here. Okay, in this parameter API key and symbol. So as I talked about, we are going to focus only on TCS stock on Bombay Stock Exchange. So we'll see how we can ingest this TCS historical data, stock data into our event stream. The symbol would be tcs.bsc. And then the URL parameter, I'm passing this parameter we already talked about, and then we also looked at sample JSON also. We talked about the default compact view which brings in 100 data points, right? So it's www.alphavantage.co query function time series daily function, and symbol we are passing the tcs.bsc, and then the API key you are passing. So that's exactly you need to do to bring the data in JSON format. Okay, and then what we're trying to do here is fetch the data from AlphaVantage API. So we have this requests library already loaded. So requests.get using get function, pass the URL of that particular API that we've just configured to get the response, JSON response stored in this particular variable response. Okay, and then the stock data, we are defining another variable, and then we are storing the response.json into the stock data. Well, so you will have a dictionary stock data once you are trying to store the JSON response with .json function from the response. And just to quickly show you, I'm just trying to print using this function json.dumps the stock data dictionary. Again, the indent is 4, so you can see here. Let me come to top. You can see the metadata information and the time series daily key information with data for every day till at this point, till 13th of January. You can see here. So at the point of recording, so we have this previous closing day, which is 13th, with the OHLC we talked about, open, high, low, close, and volume information for every day back in time. Okay, so that's how we have this JSON format. If you haven't looked at it, so maybe you can go back to that previous video when we had a look at sample JSON. Okay, and we are creating one more variable, time series, and then we're trying to get the key information from this dictionary stock data with the get function and passing this key time series daily that you can see here. So sorry, I think let me come to top. So the time series daily key that you're passing to the get function, which stores the required information that we need to retrieve for every day. Okay, so which will be like the date, and then for that respective date we will have this required details, OHLC information with the prices, open price, high, low price, close price, and the volume information for every day. Okay, so we are storing it in time series. Okay, so let me just move on. We'll move on to the next cell quickly. So here, I think what you need to do is you need to make sure you do a pip install Confluent Kafka, if not already. Okay, so I think you need to do it to make sure the requirement is satisfied to bring in this particular library, Confluent Kafka. So do a pip install Confluent Kafka and then execute it to make sure it is available. Okay, and then what we're trying to do in this cell is from Confluent Kafka, we are trying to import producer library, and then we are also trying to import JSON. Okay, and here is where we are trying to do the required configuration for the Kafka. Okay, so whatever information you already stored from Eventstream setup or the stock endpoint from Kafka protocol, the bootstrap server information, other information, so just say I hope you saved it somewhere. So fetch that information, the bootstrap server information, and configure it here. In my case, this is the information, and then the security protocol is SASL_SASL. So whatever you copied, you just paste it here. Okay, so SASL mechanism is plain, and then the username and password, as I mentioned, it was available. If I go back to the event stream, it was available here under stock endpoint, Kafka protocol, SAS key authentication. So the SASL JSS configuration, if you copied it somewhere, you can see both the username and password configured there. So make sure you copied it, and then the username would be $connection string. It should be by default that you see, and then the password will be like a lengthy endpoint. So whatever you have copied, just paste it here. That's it. Okay, so it will have all the required information with the shared access key and the other information. So you no need to worry much about it. So whatever you copied from the configuration from the event stream, just paste it here and make sure the conf or the configuration variable is ready here. Okay, and what we're trying to do is we are trying to instantiate the producer function, okay, by passing the configuration what you have just defined for the stock endpoint, okay, in event stream. So from Kafka, Confluent Kafka, we imported producer. So it's trying to instantiate that producer with the configuration that we have just defined, okay, and then I'm storing it in a producer variable, right? So that's how. And then finally, what we're trying to do in this particular cell, we're trying to push the fresh data to Eventstream stock endpoint. How we are doing that? So we have stored the time series at the top, as we have seen. By this point, we have time series loaded with the JSON response from Alpha Vantage API for which stock for TCS BSC. So you need to make sure you have the required configuration with the API key and stuff like that. I just scroll down to the last cell. So what we're trying to do is we're going to iterate and then get our stock payload ready. Okay, so what we're trying to do is for daily data in time series dot items. So this holds dictionary of items now. So we are just going to iterate to every date and then the required OHLC and volume information in that particular date. So I'm saying for date and then the daily data in time series dot items, we're going to iterate and then we're defining a stock payload. Okay, for every iteration, I'm going to store the timestamp as date. So let's say if you're storing the information for 13th, the stock data for 13th, it's going to be 13th and the symbol is TCS BSC. And then the open data, so we are trying to make sure we are casting it to float. Okay, the daily data stores all of this OHLC and volume information. So I'm just going to pull from the daily data and then passing, I need the open information, then high, then low, open price, high price, low price, and close price, and then the volume information. So that's how we are building the stock payload from the JSON response from Alpha Vantage API that we just fetched, okay, in this notebook. And once we have the stock payload ready, okay, so we are just iterating and then making sure the stock payload is ready. Okay, it's a dictionary, okay, dictionary of items. The last two lines will do the job for us. Okay, so it will flush the stock payload to the stock endpoint we have just configured. Okay, so this two lines will do the magic, I would say. So producer.produce. So producer we already defined with the required configuration from the stock endpoint. So that producer is ready in Kafka protocol. All you need to say is producer.produce. And then you pass the topic name here. Okay, so I hope you have copied the topic name in the Kafka protocol in Eventstream. So you need to make sure you pass the topic ID here. So all we are trying to do here is stream the stock payload to the topic in Kafka. Okay, so the stock endpoint what we have in Eventstream. So that's exactly what we're trying to do here. So I'm saying dot produce, then topic ID, and then key you can provide whatever name you want. So I'm saying stock data, and then what we are doing in value we are passing JSON.dumps. Okay, we are calling dumps function and then passing the stock payload, whatever we have built here. Okay, whatever we have loaded the dictionary here, the stock payload. So we cannot pass it as is. So it should be aligning with the format for this produce function. So we are passing it as JSON.dumps. Okay, so and then passing the stock payload. Okay, so and then finally I'm calling producer.flush. So this will push or ingest the streaming data that is coming from Alpha Vantage API to the stock endpoint that we have just configured in the event stream. Okay, so that's exactly what we're trying to do here to ingest the data. So you can try and simulate this and see if you're able to push the stock payload into the event stream. Okay, so if I come back to the event stream, I can show you. So this is already automated, so it ran today also. I can show you. You can look at the data preview here. So the stock endpoint is already active and it's live, that you can see here. On the top right, you can see it's live, okay, and it is active. Okay, so here you can see under data preview when it was last refreshed. I can see the data got ingested today, and the pipeline ran successfully as well, and it brought in previous closing day data, which is 13th, and you can see the symbol and the open price, high price, low price, close, and the volume information, and you can see the event processed UTC time when it got processed, and the partition information as well. Okay, so you can look at the preview. So it is active, and then it's consuming information from Alpha Vantage API. So we have scheduled the pipeline. So I'll show you the incremental notebook as well, and then we have scheduled that notebook to make sure this runs on daily basis to bring in the previous day closing price for TCS listed in Bombay Stock Exchange. Okay, so, and we'll quickly look at the destination configuration as well. So here in Eventstream, if I just minimize this, so here you can see, or you can on the left side under data destinations, you can see I have configured stock market destination. Okay, but let me minimize this, and if you see here, we have this active destination which we are about to configure. So click on details. You can see it's of type Eventhouse. Okay, so I'm trying to ingest. So the event stream is the entry point which takes in the data using Kafka protocol. When we are flushing the data from Alpha Vantage API, it try to push the data that it's receiving in a particular topic into the Eventhouse table. So we can also look at how we can quickly configure this Eventhouse as a destination as well, right? So here it is already configured. So you can see the type is Eventhouse and the status is active, and some of the related items, custo item that we have created, and the custo table as well. So if I can, all you need to do is, let me say edit. Okay, so now I'm in edit mode. You can see the changes will go live once you publish them. So let me click on the endpoint. Okay, and click on the edit icon. So you can see the data ingestion mode is event processing before ingestion, destination name, and then you can see the workspace information, and you can see the Eventhouse I have already configured. So if you're doing it for the first time, all you need to do is you need to create the Eventhouse. Okay, create that Eventhouse item, and then try to map that Eventhouse to this particular destination. Okay, and when you try to create the Eventhouse, it will also create the KQL database, custom query language database for you. So we talked a bit about custom query language. So like SQL, this is KQL custom query language, which is optimized for large scale data sets, right? So I've configured the KQL database, and then the destination table also you can configure. If not, you can create one new from here and then try to map that table. So here in this case, we are trying to push or ingest the data from Alpha Vantage API. Only the TCS stock data we're looking at. So I'm creating a table with the stock name itself, which is TCS, and then we're trying to push the data on daily basis into this TCS table under this particular Eventhouse, which is stock market Eventhouse. Okay, and the input data format, we are mentioning it as JSON as well, which is quite critical. Because when we're trying to flush that, the stock payload is in JSON format. So you need to mention which format the data is coming in as well. Okay, so accordingly it is quite intelligent to create that table and then build that table for you in Eventhouse. Okay, so yeah, so if you face any challenges when you're trying to map the Eventhouse, so all you need to do is create a new Eventhouse and then map it, and then create a table and then map it here in the destination. That's exactly you need to do it. And then there are no changes. I'm moving out of the edit mode. So let me move out of the edit mode. Sorry if you're not able to see here. So on the top right, my video is hiding this. You can see editor live, and I'm switching to live. Then it will show you this live mode. Okay, this is how it looks like. You can look at the data preview in the destination as well, when it was last refreshed. We are in the destination and last refreshed. You can see the information that is loaded. Okay, so into the TCS table as well. Okay. So maybe let me quickly show you the Eventhouse, what we have created quickly, and then maybe we can dive more into it in the next video. So if I can probably sort it by type, you can see I have this stock market Eventhouse. If I click on the Eventhouse, so you will get a system overview, whether it is running or not, and how the Eventhouse is performing. And we're looking at a live view. Okay, and I think you can see the activity, like we have one databases and other information. Okay, most query databases, Eventhouse details and activities and all those information, and the KQL database right under it. If you click on database also, you can see the high level dashboard like kind of information. How many queries ran today and when was the last ingestion happened into the Eventhouse. It is today, 9 hours ago. Okay, and if you get into the KQL database under this Eventhouse quickly, so you can see a data activity tracker and a lot of other things here, and on daily basis whether we are getting the data inside, all those information. So you can look at the ingestion 7-day chart also here. As I mentioned, we are ingesting the TCS stock data on daily basis, the previous closing day prices. So under KQL database, you can see we have this TCS table. Now don't worry about other tables, so we will go through it as we go along in this course. So the TCS table, you can look at the data preview. So at first, I think you are trying to ingest the historical data, which is in compact version, right? So last 100 data points for this particular stock, Tata Consultancy Services, TCS, listed in Bombay Stock Exchange, into the Eventhouse, right? So you can just have a look at the data once you are ingested the information. Okay, so you can look at the data preview here, whether it is loaded in desired format, and how many data points got loaded as well. Okay, so if I quickly come back to Eventstream. Yeah, so that's exactly I wanted to show you in this video. Okay, well, so I think we talked a bit about Eventhouse, the TCS staging table. So that table, what we are going to store once we ingest the stock market data from AlphaVantage API via Eventstream. It is getting into the staging table, the TCS staging table. Okay, so by this point, I hope you have the setup ready and try to ingest the historical data, because in the notebook, if I just quickly jump onto the notebook, the history notebook. So here I think we are not restricting to any specific date, right? So all we are trying to do is we are trying to by default ingest. It will be a compact version. Last 100 data points, will be ingested. Okay, the last 100 data points means the trading days, right? So once you are done with this, you should be able to see the last 100 data points ingested into the Eventhouse TCS table. Okay, so that's the idea. Okay, that's about this video. In the next video, we will quickly see how we can incrementally ingest the TCS stock data from AlphaVantage API into the Eventhouse TCS staging table, and how we can automate this pipeline to make sure on everyday basis, let's say every day morning at 10, you need to ingest the previous day closing prices. So we will look at it in the next video. I'll see you there. Hi and welcome back. So in this video, we will quickly look at how we can incrementally ingest the TCS stock data from AlphaVantage API into Eventhouse with Eventstream as our ingestion gateway. Right, so let me open ingest stock API data. So by this point, you have already loaded the historical data, the compact version, which is last 100 data points for TCS stock data into TCS staging table in Eventhouse. So by this point, if you have any challenges in loading the data, the historical data, please feel free to reach out in the comments, okay, or write to us. So feel free to do that. So in this video, we will look at another notebook, which is ingest stock API data incrementally. Okay, so the historical data extraction and ingestion is done. So here in this notebook, I'm just going to show you how we can incrementally on daily basis load the previous day closing price, and then we can see how we can automate this notebook, Python notebook as well. Okay, so let's quickly run through this. So it's more of the same code. Okay, so only changes how we are going to extract the latest data from JSON response. That's it. So again, I'm doing a pip install of Confluent Kafka. Okay, and then we are importing request JSON, and then from Confluent Kafka library, Python library, we are importing producer, the same thing what we have looked at already. And here it should be your API key. Okay, your API key. So, and then the symbol we are passing as TCS BSE, and then the URL we already constructed. And I think the output size, you can mention it as compact. Otherwise, I think by default it would be compact only, so no need to worry about it. The Kafka producer configuration, we talked about it in previous video. So whatever information you have saved from Kafka protocol, make sure you paste those again or copy it from the historical notebook. Okay, the configuration parameter, and then we are instantiating the producer function and passing the configuration, and we are trying to define a function here. The function name is get latest closing data. So this is where the action begins to incrementally load from Alpha Vantage API. We'll see how exactly we can do that. So we are trying to fetch the data from Alpha Vantage. Again, we are with the requests, we're trying to get the information from that URL, and then we are storing it in response variable. I'm sorry, let me go back. Trying to store it, and then the stock data dictionary, we are storing the JSON response in the stock data dictionary. And what we're trying to do here, we are calling try. We're trying to extract the latest closing data. How we are doing that? We're trying to get the most recent date in the time series data, right? So in the stock data dictionary, you can see the latest date I'm pulling with list. Okay, calling the list class, and then I'm passing the stock data dictionary, and then you know we have that key time series daily, and then I'm just trying to fetch only the first on the top of the response, because the response is organized in a way in an order. So the first data point that you get out of the JSON response would be the last or the previous closing day. Okay, so if you're running this API today, you would be getting the previous day closing price, and that would be the first data point in the JSON response. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to extract that first data point from the Alpha Vantage API response for TCS stock. Okay, we're passing this. I need to pull the first data point by passing the 0 inside this particular list that we are trying to retrieve. Okay, well, so what exactly we are trying to do here? So we are from this stock data dictionary. So when you say dot keys, will get all of the date keys from the stock data dictionary, and then we are trying to convert it into a list, and then trying to access the first element in that list. Okay, that will get me the latest date. And then in the second line of code, all we are trying to do is try to retrieve the latest data. Okay, latest date data from stock data dictionary by passing this latest date parameter, okay, to this dictionary. So this line of code will get me the latest data for that particular previous day closing price. Okay, so moving on again, I think make sure the schema is aligned with what you have already loaded the historical data into TCS staging table. So here the same stock payload, we are trying to align and trying to maintain the same structure as your historical data. Okay, so timestamp symbol, open, high, low, close, and volume. Okay, which is volume is of integer. So the OHLC is in we are casting it to float, so to align with the historical data. And again, we are trying to push the data to Eventstream with the same schema as history. So producer.produce, and then we are passing the topic name, topic ID, and key as stock data, and then value we are saying json.dumps and the stock payload. And finally, calling producer.flush will push or ingest the data into the event stream to be loaded into the Eventhouse. Okay, so and then I think this is a function that we are building, get latest closing data. So you need to make sure you call that function in a separate cell to be able to ingest the incremental data into the TCS staging table. Okay, so once you have the notebook ready, so I'll also share the historical as well as incremental notebook both in this lesson. Okay, so you can download and follow along as well. So okay, so with respect to scheduling part, so we have this working notebook incrementally pushing the data. So if I go back to workspace, so ingest stock API data incrementally, just click on that 3 dots and come to schedule, click on schedule. So you can see you can enable the scheduled run on, and then how you want to run it. So you can repeat it weekly. Okay, so and then I'm scheduling it on from Tuesdays till Saturdays. Why? Because the trading days is from Monday to Friday, right? So there is a reason why I've scheduled like this, because the Saturday and Sunday are offline trading days. So we are trying to ingest the previous day closing price. There is no point of running the schedule on Monday, because there is nothing we need to load from the weekends. On Sunday. But I need to run this incremental notebook on Saturdays to bring in the Friday data. So I hope you can understand why we are scheduling it from Tuesday to Saturday to bring in the data from Monday to Friday. Okay, I hope that's clear. And timing, however you want, you can schedule it, and then the start date and end date and the time zone you can schedule, and then click on apply, and your notebook is ready to run in that prescribed time. Okay, so you can see the last success is January 14th, today morning, India time. The next refresh is scheduled in 13 hours from now. And this will run daily. And what it will do is it will push the incremental TCS stock data into Eventstream topic. And then it will be eventually loaded into Eventhouse TCS staging table. Okay. I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. So we are in module 2. So in this video, we will start diving deep into dimensional modeling in Eventhouse and Fabric. So we are done with data ingestion into Eventhouse. We have loaded the TCS staging table at this point. So in this video, before we dive into building dimensions and then building the stock fact table, and then further on with the modeling part, I just wanted to provide you with a quick introduction to KQL, which is custom query language. So why we are going with KQL and how it is different from SQL, structured query language. Okay, so and then we can probably in the next video I will show you how you can transform your data, or even before transformation we can look at how we can bring in the dimensions like stock dimension, date dimension. Okay, and then how you can load the stock fact from your TCS staging table by joining with the required dimensions. So that we can look at, and then we can move on further in the course to do the required transformation, like we can do a feature engineering to calculate the daily price changes, and then we can also look at how we can calculate the moving average. So a couple of ways we can do that. I will show you both in the subsequent videos to how you can do the calculation, write within the KQL using KQL experience to pre-compute it and store it, or the other way around. I think we can do it directly in the semantic model. Once we have the semantic model ready, we can do we can achieve the same function with the help of DAX expressions as well. So we will see both at that point in time, but for this video let's quickly get into what KQL is. So I'll try to help you with some familiarity with KQL so that you can get started. So let me move on. So here I'm in Fabric portal. So I think I can share the custom documentation, the custom query language documentation in the same lesson below, and also I will point you to a few quick reference guides so that you can learn some of the common operators used in custom query language, and how you can use aggregation functions, how you can join different tables inside the Eventhouse. So what KQL is, to give you a bit of introduction, so it is a very powerful tool to explore your data and uncover some patterns in large scale data sets, right? So, and you can do this for structured, even unstructured and semi-structured data. Okay, SQL is kind of restricted to only to the structured data, but KQL is something you can use it for streaming data as well. And that's exactly what we are going to learn in this course. So when you're building Eventhouse, you will have a dedicated KQL database, and then you can start building the tables in the KQL database, and then you can start writing your KQL queries right within the database to explore the data further. Okay, so it's a very powerful tool, and the language is expressive and straightforward as well, making it very easy to read and understand. So if you're very familiar with SQL, and if you're an expert in SQL, then I would say probably KQL is very easy to learn, or you can learn it very quickly if you're already familiar with SQL. So the syntax is little bit, it will change, but it will be kind of straightforward and very easy to read and understand, okay, the intent of the queries. So we'll see some examples. I'll show you some examples in this video so that you can start learning custom query language KQL, and then start implementing or write some queries and practice some queries as you watch this video and get some familiarity. So as we move along in the course, I think it will be then easy for you to follow along when we are doing the stock fact loading by joining with different dimensions, because this fact loading from TCS staging table, by joining it with required dimensions, we are going to do it in KQL. So get some familiarity, and then also the pre-computation of some of the feature engineering that we are going to do to extend the tables, like as I mentioned, the moving average calculation, daily price change calculation for TCS, we'll be doing right within the KQL experience, so that you'll gain good understanding of how you can write some KQL queries and interpret. Because if you look at any real-time use case, streaming use cases, you must know KQL. Okay, so if you're building Eventhouse, you must know KQL to see how you can explore the data by writing some KQL queries. Okay, so, and I promise you it will be very easy to learn. So if you're watching this, so let's dive in to see some of the examples, some of the common operators that you can use as well. Okay, I'll share the link for this quick reference guide in the same lesson so that you can practice along. Okay, so I'm in Microsoft documentation, so we will go through some of the common operators that you can use. Well, before we get into some of the common operators to learn more about it, so let me help you with some of the common types of query statements that you can use. So what is a custom query? It's a read-only request to process your data and return results. Okay, so it's read-only. Okay, whatever query that you are going to run against your database. Okay, what is a query statement? So there are three different kinds of query statements that you can, but for the purpose of this course, let's stick to the tabular expression statement. We have let and set, so don't worry about it much. So we will keep things simple. So a tabular expression statement is the most common kind of query statement. Okay, so what I want you to understand here is it is kind of a sequence, which we separated or sequenced by a pipe. Okay, so I'll show you some samples shortly, but it starts with the table name or tabular input. Okay, and then we will separate each and every sequence by a pipe. Okay, so that's how the data flows from one operator to the next, and then the data is filtered or manipulated at each and every step. For example, if you want to apply some filters with var class, we need to do it in the next step with the pipe separator. Okay, so we'll see that in action quickly. It's like a funnel where you start out with the entire data table. Each time the data passes through another operator, it is filtered or rearranged or kind of aggregated. So whatever operators you are applying. So let me go back to some of the common operators. Let's say you want to apply count on the table. So it is very simple. So here we are looking at sample storm events table that Microsoft is providing here, and all we are doing is we are saying the table name and then with the pipe count. So as easy as it, right? So but let me show you a few more. Like if you need to look at a sample of data, like in SQL we'll do a top 10, top 20, whatever it is. So here it is like the operator is take 5 or take 10, so which will show you the top 5 rows from the storm events table. Okay, so we'll go through a few to give you some familiarity with KQL, right? So and you need to know about project operator as well. So in case if you need to have like this acts as a select in SQL. Okay, so if you need to project only select columns from your table, you can use project operator and then pull only the required columns, a subset of columns. That is one thing. We have also used this in our use case, the stock market use case. When we load the fact table, I'll show you. We have used the project as well. Okay, but project is one thing which is important. And how do you list unique values? The same keyword like in SQL, distinct, and then the column name from this table. So all you have to do it with the piped operator. So a simple, very simple. Okay, so but it is quite readable and easy to understand. So that's the reason I said it can be learned quickly. So don't worry much about it. So you can learn. So be confident about it. So if you want to sort, let's say you want to sort the results, the storm events, and then same var class like in SQL we are using, then the column name, status Texas, and event type. So very much similar to SQL, only like we are not using select and then using var. Instead we are using the table name like a funnel at the top, and then every keyword or operator will be like a step after pipe operator. Okay, and then we are sorting it by and then projecting some of the columns. So now I think by now you have some confidence that you can use KQL if you're already familiar with SQL. Okay, so it's easy to learn. I would say you can quickly learn it. And if you want to filter by condition, let's say again same var class you can use and then project it. Okay, let us look at some of the aggregation functions to give you a glimpse how you can use it. So the summarize operator, so if you want to summarize, let's say if you want to summarize the number of events by state, you can do that. Let's say total storms equals count by state. So this will give you the number of events, storm events by the state level, right? So you need to use summarize operator. Okay, and the results look like this. Every state, what are the total number of storms, right? So it's pretty much like grouping in SQL, but a bit different syntax. We are using summarize instead of grouping, and then we are saying count by which column we need to group it. That's it. So and then you can visualize. You can also use render operator to write some charts in Custo. Okay, so to visualize the query results. And yeah, you can go through whatever Microsoft is providing to get a good head start, I would say, before you jump on to the next video. So get a bit of practice, and then I think you'll be familiar with KQL. Okay, so and let's quickly look at joining, how you can join the data, because it is pretty much essential. So how do you do join from multiple tables? It is pretty much the join operator. So let me show you that. So I want to join the table. So let's say I want to join the population data table with storm events on the common state column. Okay, so the state column is the key between these two tables. So between the population and storm events, I need to perform a join to find the total property damage caused by storms per capita by state. So how are we doing this? Storm events, then summarize, group it, the property damage, sum of damage property column by state. So that will do the required grouping. Okay, that will give me the property damage. And then we are using join operator, and we are saying what should be the kind of join, like inner unique join with the population data. And similar to SQL, when you do a join, you're performing, the keyword will be like inner join in SQL, but here we are mentioning the kind and the right table on which key column we need to join. That's it. And we are projecting some of the columns that we require. Okay, so property damage per capita, they're having some calculation here. The property damage divided by the population column, that will give them the property damage per capita. So this is one such example. Then you can sort it by property damage per capita, and then you can add render to draw some useful charts like this. Okay, so I think this is based on storm events sample database that you can see here. Okay, so even you can play around with this sample database related to storm events. Okay, and then the population data, and what we have seen here is join between those two to find the total property damage caused by storms per capita by state. Okay, so and we are achieving this with the help of summarize function, and we are joining with population data on state column. Okay, and grouping is also based on state, as we have seen, and we are projecting the required columns and then finally sorting it. And when we project, I think we are calculating the property damage per capita by dividing the property damage that we calculated for every state divided by the population. Okay, so that will give you the results. So I hope by now you have a bit of understanding, some good understanding on KQL, so which will help you to follow along in the subsequent videos, with our use case stock market analytics. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. So in this video we will dive deep into dimensional modeling in Eventhouse. So we will be covering how you can create some of the required dimensions, like let's say a stock dimension, date dimension, and then how you can load the stock fact table in Eventhouse from your staging table, like let's say TCS in our case. So we are going to focus only on TCS stock, as I mentioned, and then we will then move on to the dimensional modeling part, how you can establish relationships in Power BI by connecting to Eventhouse. Okay, so before we get into the data modeling part, we will also do the data transformation part. So we'll be building some features like or calculated metrics like moving average, and then we will also do the daily price change calculation. So all those metrics we will also calculate as a part of data transformations. So that will be the next video we'll look at. But in this video, let's try and load the stock fact table by defining the dimensions, and also go through some of the KQL queries that we are going to build. So by now, I hope you have some good understanding on KQL. If not, get some practice and look at some of the different operators that we talked about in the previous video, so that you will get some familiarity and get some understanding on the queries that will be running in this video. Okay, so let us dive in. So yes, so as I mentioned, we are going to use KQL for data transformations, and then we will look at some of the calculated metrics to see how we can calculate using KQL itself. Okay, but let us look at the schema design first to load the stock fact table. So let me move on to Fabric portal. So here I'm in Fabric portal. So I'm inside the stock market near real-time analytics workspace with all the items already created. So let me get into the Eventhouse that we have loaded from API. So the TCS staging table, by now you should have it loaded with the history data, as well as we also demonstrated how we can incrementally load the stock data into Eventhouse. Okay, with the Eventstream as our entry point. Okay, so I've just opened the stock market Eventhouse. So we are inside Eventhouse. So you can see the running status and dashboard kind of view. The storage space and other information and live view you can see here. So you can see right under here there is a KQL database. Where at the time of Eventhouse creation, as I mentioned, you will have a dedicated KQL database also created inside the Eventhouse with the same name, Stock Market Eventhouse. So let me get into the KQL database. So you can see some of the activity trackers. On the left side, you can see under tables, you have some tables. So at this point, I believe you have a TCS staging table already loaded, right? So we can quickly look at the schema. If you click on that table, you can look at the tracker, data preview. You can have a quick look at the data preview, timestamp, symbol, then OHLC, prices, volume, and then ingestion time. So that's all we are bringing it from Alpha Vantage API, right? So and then you can look at the schema insights to look at the data types, what we have defined for or what is automatically returned into Eventhouse from API via Eventstream. So timestamp, symbol, and then all the open, high, low price is in real, floating point number, and then volume is in long. Volume is of long data type. So just have a look at the data types, which is quite important, the schema, whether it is aligned in your environment as well. And then what we can do is, so let me open the, okay, so to bring in the dimensions, we are going to look at couple of dimensions for this use case. One, the date dimension, and one, the stock dimension. So what I'm going to demonstrate here is I'm going to bring in as shortcuts from Lakehouse. Okay, so both the date dimension and stock dimension. Let me show you exactly how you are going to do that. So let's talk about the stock dimension, why you are seeing it under shortcuts. Because I'm going to create a separate Lakehouse, let's say stock Lakehouse, and then I will create the stock dimension, and then I'm just going to kind of refer to that Lakehouse now, so that it will be a shortcut. If you're not familiar with shortcut, I would strongly recommend, again, it's a foundational concept. You need to go back to the free course to gain some understanding on what shortcut is. So it's nothing but a reference point that you can bring in data from other cloud as well, or from within the one lake and from different lake houses as well, okay, into this Eventhouse. So just to demonstrate, you can also bring in different dimensions from your existing lake houses inside Fabric in one lake. You can do that with the help of shortcut. So that's to demonstrate that I have just brought in a couple of dimensions, one from my COVID Lakehouse. Okay, the date dimension is already available there, so I don't want to rebuild it again. I want to reuse it. So I'm just utilizing shortcut functionality to bring in the date dimension from my COVID Lakehouse. Okay, so that Lakehouse was built as a part of the free course. If you haven't watched it already, okay, on the platform. The stock dimension, we are creating a stock Lakehouse and then building the stock dimension and then bringing it as shortcut from one lake, stock Lakehouse. So let's see how you can really achieve that. So if I go back to workspace, if you can see here, I have created a Lakehouse, stock Lakehouse. Okay, so at this point, you can create a Lakehouse simply by clicking on new item and then search for Lakehouse. Okay, and then create the Lakehouse. Okay, and keep it. And then what you have to do is create a notebook. Okay, so all we are doing within the same workspace. Okay, we are not moving out of this workspace. So create the stock Lakehouse, and it will create a default semantic model and analytics endpoint for you. Then I wanted you to create a notebook. So I will share this dim creation notebook in the same lesson below. So please feel free to download, and then you can follow along as well. So this dim creation notebook, what we are trying to do is we are going to create that stock dimension in stock Lakehouse. Okay, that we have just created. You can see when you create a notebook, it will ask you to attach it to any source, like attach it to Lakehouse or Warehouse. Here you can see Lakehouse is already connected to this dim creation notebook, and if you click on that, you can see the stock Lakehouse is already connected. Okay, so let's quickly run through this notebook to see how we have built this dimension, stock dimension, for our stock analytics use case. So let me hide this. We're trying to import the date time function, and okay, from this library, and then PySpark SQL data types, We are importing struct type, struct field, integer type, string type, one timestamp type. And then we are trying to define the schema. We are kind of enforcing the schema because we wanted it to be aligned. Okay, so we need to enforce the schema here. So we are using struct type class and then struct field, okay, class to define each and every column: stock ID, symbol, company name, sector, then the ISIN, unique code, and then the listing date. And you can also mention the data types for those: stock ID, symbol, company name as string, sector, ISIN, and then listing date as timestamp type. Okay, so you have the schema ready, then you define the data by defining a list here. So here I have 3 different stocks, but as I mentioned, we are going to focus on TCS stock only for our use case and as a part of this course. But you can you no need to follow along with the same stock. You can even build or kind of try and ingest from Alpha Vantage API more than one stock, not only TCS. You can play around with as many stocks as you want to kind of simulate this use case what I'm trying to show you here. Okay, so just for the sake of dimensional entries, I put in 3 entries: TCS, Infi, and Reliance. Okay, and then these are real codes I'm pulling in. Okay, pulling for that particular stocks, and then we are defining that data list, and then we are creating a data frame with spark.create data frame function, and then we are passing the data that we defined in a list and then the schema also that we defined. So that's it. Then your data frame would be ready, and then I'm just trying to write it to stock lakehouse with data frame.write.format as a delta table, and mode is overwrite, and then I'm saving it under dbo dim stock. Okay, dim underscore stock. So you can see once you're done with the execution of the script, so you should see the delta table created under dbo schema dim stock, and you can see it is created. Okay, so with only 3 entries for 3 stocks, but you're free to choose however stocks. Now how many stocks, if you're ingesting like let's say 10 stocks, if you have a portfolio that you want to track as a part of the use case what we are building, you can bring in all of those stocks, and then make sure you also try and ingest in the dimension as well. Otherwise when we are loading the fact table, the entries would be orphaned, right? So you need to have the same set of stocks in the dimension as well, whatever you are ingesting from the Alpha Vantage API. So please keep that in mind. So let's go back to the Eventhouse and KQL database under shortcuts. So how I brought in the shortcut from that Lakehouse. Okay, well, so how are we going to bring in those dimension or the stock dimension that we just created in stock Lakehouse? So you can see under Eventhouse, under KQL database. So just click on new on the top left. So you can see you can create a new table, materialized views, and one lake shortcut, right? So click on one lake shortcut. So it will help you to create that shortcut. So it will ask you, so as I mentioned, shortcuts to quickly pull the data from internal, even from external locations. Okay, you can do that. So I think we are not looking at aiming to bring in the data from external sources now at this point, but you can always do that from Amazon and other buckets, or even from Azure Data Lake, okay, or Google as well, different clouds. But I think for the sake of this demo, I think we are going to bring in from one lake, but a different lake house, right? So you can click on Microsoft One Lake internal sources, and this will show me all of the items that I've already created across workspaces. Okay, you can see here I have a stock market Eventhouse, COVID Lakehouse as a part of my previous course, and then COVID DB, all of the lake houses and warehouses. You can look at it here, and the location you can see it's part of which workspace, it is part of this course. So this workspace DP600. So you will be able to see everything, and you can always bring in the data that you want from other lake houses or warehouse into your Eventhouse. So that's one great thing about shortcut, which is very useful to bring in data from different locations. So in our case, we created a stock lakehouse in the same workspace. So I would click on the stock lakehouse and then click on next, and it will show you the list of tables. Click on DBO, and there you go, you have the dim stock. Then you need to click on the dim stock, okay, and then select the dim stock, and then go ahead, proceed further by clicking next to bring in. Okay, so I'm not proceeding now because we already brought in. So if you face any challenges in linking, let me know. Okay, so it is very easy. So you can bring in the dimensions, reusable dimensions quickly via shortcut capability. Okay, I'm canceling it, but you can see here, once I link that dimension, you should be able to see under shortcuts with icon, like there is a kind of a link icon to a different Lakehouse. Okay, you can always look at that, click on that shortcut, and you can just see the schema, whether the schema is okay or aligned, okay, from that Lakehouse. And let's quickly talk about, now we brought in the stock dimension. Okay, so, and if you want to have a look at the data, you can run KQL query to look at the data from within the Eventhouse. Okay, so maybe let's have a quick look at the data. Okay, okay, or let me. Okay, you can right click on the dim stock and say query table, and there are some predefined things you can look at. You can get the table schema. So when you click on this, it will generate a KQL query and show the results for you. So let me say I wanted to see 100 records, show any 100 records. And this is loading me the KQL query, the KQL query experience. So there's something called stock market query set, that will show you all of the queries that you would be running under this particular KQL database. Okay, so it will be auto saved as well. So please keep that in mind. So it automatically generated the query for me, the KQL query. So from the previous video, you remember, it is not top like in top in SQL. Here it is taking, okay, take operator, and we talked about the flow as well. Like we start with the table, and then each step would be followed by a piped operator, right? So that's how it formed the query. A very simple query. So since it's an external table, right? So it is not the table in the Eventhouse. It is the shortcut we are referring to stock Lakehouse that we created, the dim stock. So it's saying it's external table dim stock, and then we are taking 100, and you can see the data right within the experience here. So 3 different entries we loaded for TCS, Infi, and Reliance with the information as a list we inserted into that dimension that you can see here. Have a look at the data. So just play around, run some queries, right from within the Eventhouse in the KQL database. You can right click and then query the table and look at the schema as well. Okay, and if you want to look at the records ingested in the last 24 hours, you can do that. So this will automatically generate the KQL query, and you can have a look at the result sets. Okay, so that being said, let's quickly look at how I brought in the date dimension from different workspace altogether. Okay, so dim stock is within our workspace from stock Lakehouse, but dim date is from different workspace and Lakehouse, which is COVID Lakehouse. Okay, so let's have a quick look at it. So let me go back to let me go back to the workspace. Okay, so let me go back to the query set again. Give me a moment. So here, let's say we wanted to come to database and click on new. Will show you by clicking OneLake shortcut, internal sources, Microsoft OneLake. So here you can see I wanted to bring in the reusable date dimension from this COVID Lakehouse, which is part of a different workspace DP600 course. Okay, not as a part of our workspace stock market near real-time analytics, but it's still possible. So click on COVID, see, but I think I can share the notebook for you to create the date dimension, because you don't want to kind of simulate this by creating a Lakehouse and then create the date dimension and then bring it in. See, I already had this dimension, and that's the reason I wanted to create a shortcut and bring in this reusable date dimension. But I will provide the notebook both for the stock dimension as well as the date dimension under this lesson, so that you can create the notebook, run the notebook right within the stock market analytics, near real-time analytics workspace in your existing workspace, and then you can bring it. Or we already created a stock Lakehouse, right, to create the stock dimension. So you can probably create both the dimensions, date and the stock dimension, in the stock Lakehouse, okay, in the same workspace. Or if you want to simulate, try simulate, you can create a separate workspace and then create a separate Lakehouse and then run the notebook code to create the date dimension and then try to bring it in. So however you want to do it, you can do it. So let me click on COVID Lakehouse and then click on next and then tables. So under DBO, I have quite a lot of tables there. Okay, the medallion architecture. If you're curious to know more about the COVID analytics course, I think it is completely free in the platform. You can enroll and then you can go through the course end to end. So I'll also provide the link in the lesson here. So if you're really interested, you can go through it for free. So here I think you can see I have a date dimension and location dimension already created in COVID Lakehouse. I wanted to bring in this dimension to reuse in my stock market use case. So I can simply do that. Okay, so proceed further and then you can bring it. So that's how I brought in, if you see, both the dimensions, date dimension from a different workspace, COVID Lakehouse, and stock dimension by creating a stock Lakehouse in the same workspace, and then I kind of provide a reference point to bring in the stock dimension. Okay, let's have a look at the date dimension schema quickly by querying it. So external table, again, dim date, take 100. So let me minimize this. So you can see it's of this structure. You will have the date key, year, I mean, whatever you want to see in the date dimension, right? Date key, year, quarter, month, day of the month, day of week, week of year, and then day name. So all of those information would be present. I think I'll show you the notebook, how you can create this dimension, okay, so that you can have a look at it quickly. And then you can also define the period that you wanted to ingest the data, whether from 2020 till date or from 2021 till date. Okay, so let me go back to my DP600 workspace to just quickly show you the notebook that we have used. Okay, dim generation. I'll share this notebook so you can see here how we have through the PySpark code we are generating that date dimension. You can do that. So you can look at the code. It's pretty simple. I'm just passing the date range here from 2020 till 2026 year end. I need the entries to be added in the date dimension. So we are creating a list of dates, okay, and then iterating through the start and end date, and we are creating a data frame from the date list once we have created that, okay, and then we are generating the data frame, a dim date data frame, okay, from that df dates data frame, and we are adding a column using with column date key, year, quarter, month, day of month, week, and then we are pulling the information from the you can see here, so date format, column date, the year, we are using the year function, quarter function, month function, and then you're using call function to pull the required information from the df dates. So just simply run this, understand this code. It's pretty simple, okay, to generate the date dimension with the help of PySpark code. Okay, so you can use this code and you can say I'm saying dim date.show. That's how it builds this dimension, and I think you can change the ranges if you want. Okay, if you want a shorter time period, and then you can simply utilize the functions, under PySpark SQL functions. We are importing call, expressions, day of, all of the functions are readily available in PySpark, right? So under SQL functions, day of week, week of year, month, year, quarter, date format, everything. So we are just utilizing those functions, okay, and then passing the column function also, and then passing the date. So all we are passing is the date, and then with the help of year, quarter, month, we are extracting the required information, day of month, day of week, week of year, and then the date format, how you need it for the day name. Okay, so it's like Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, so it's mentioning the format here. It's pretty straightforward. So I'll share the notebook, just load the dimension and keep it ready. So I think at this point, if I come back to Eventhouse, KQL database, so by this point you should have both the shortcuts dim date and stock dimension loaded. Okay, so let's now look at how we can load the stock fact table, okay, with the help of KQL query. So we now have a working table, the TCS staging table that we've already ingested, that's holding the last 100 data points already loaded, and we also looked at how we can incrementally load as well into the staging table for TCS stock. And if you're kind of ingesting more than one stock, then I assume you'll have more than one table in Eventhouse with the respective stock table name, right? Like TCS, Reliance, Infi, and if you're looking at 10 stocks, you should have 10 different staging tables for each and every stock, and you need to clone the Eventstream and try and ingest the data from Alpha Vantage API for that respective stock and get the data loaded, ingested. Once you have the staging table, now we looked at building a couple of dimensions, date dimension and stock dimension, as a shortcut to bring in the data from different lake houses, from different workspace and from within the same workspace. Okay, and now we are planning to load the fact table, stock fact table, by kind of performing the join from staging table to the required dimensions and the load the stock fact table. So to do that, let me open the KQL query that I've already built for you, and I will share this KQL query also in this lesson. You can download and try and understand and then start executing the KQL query. So if I move on to stock market Eventhouse query set, so let me minimize this. So let me open the load stock fact query, KQL query. Okay, so we'll just quickly run through this query and what we are trying to do, how we are loading the stock fact table by performing the join from the staging table to the required dimensions. So at first I'm trying to create a table, the stock fact table, with the predefined schema. Okay, so to align with the staging table, so I'm creating the table itself. So with the dot create table, so when you want to create a table in KQL, you should do that like dot create table stock fact, and then we have date key as string, stock ID, then open price, high, low price, close price as real, floating point number, and you have the volume as a long data type, and then the load timestamp as date time. So okay, so a very simple fact table. Just create the table, and then we will see how are we going to load the stock fact table from TCS staging table. Okay, let me expand this so that you can see this better. Right, and I think you can always try and generate some queries using Copilot experience, but I can't do that now since we are in a trial version. It's kind of restricted, so Microsoft is providing that capability if you need to run some provide some prompts to generate the KQL queries also for you. Okay, so that's one capability. So let's quickly go through this query. It's around probably 10 to 15 lines, and we can achieve the fact loading, okay, with the help of KQL experience. So all we are trying to do is we are calling this using this dot set or append keyword, okay, to the just create a table stock fact. Okay, so I wanted to kind of overwrite or kind of append. Okay, that's what it means, like I wanted to replace or append the data to this table. So dot set or append keyword, you can use it, followed by this operator. You can use it, you need to use it. Then what we are doing is the funnel, what we talked about, the TCS table, the staging table. Then I wanted to perform the join. So each and every step is followed by a piped operator. The join, what is the kind? It should be inner join. To which right table? To the date dimension, which is an external table, because you can't simply say dim table, it won't work. It is a shortcut, so you need to refer or call this dimension with the external table function. So that's how it recognizes it's a shortcut. And then we are projecting only the date key. Okay, so only the date key we are trying to project. Okay, so I wanted only the date key. And how are we performing the join? So $left is the TCS table, the left table, and then $right is the right table, which is the date dimension. And we are performing the join based on timestamp from TCS table. If you look at the schema, we have it as timestamp. We are joining with the date key. Okay, so if you want to have a quick look, if you look at the TCS table schema, okay, the preview of the data, it is the timestamp, which is in year, month, and date format. And I think the date, it is the date key that we need to perform join. If you query the table again, show 100 records. Let it load quickly in the query set. Sometimes you may experience, the query set may not come up. Just do a quick refresh. You should be able to see that query set window. Yeah, there you go. And you can see, you can just simply run this, and you can see it is the date key that we need to merge the TCS staging table with this format, year, month, and date. Okay, so if I go back to the load stock fact KQL query, let me expand it again for you to see it better. Okay, so that's how we are performing the join on the date dimension, and then I'm performing join on the inner join on the dim stock dimension that we just created, brought in as a shortcut from the stock Lakehouse. I'm projecting the stock ID and then the symbol. Okay, and then I'm performing the join based on symbol on both the TCS staging table and the stock dimension. Okay, so those are the couple of joins. We are keeping things simple. Only a couple of joins. We are going to look at only a couple of dimensions and how we can load the fact table. But if you think of any other dimensions that you can bring in, feel free to comment, and it's really a add-on. So to just give you a good understanding and to keep things simple, I've brought in only a couple of dimensions and then showing in KQL how we can load the stock fact table by writing the KQL query. Okay, as simple as that. And then finally we are projecting whatever columns we need to be loaded in the stock fact table, right? So we have already defined the schema: date key, stock ID, open price, high price, low price, close price, volume, and load timestamp. So the same schema we need to align. So we are trying to project again here the date key and then pull the required information okay, to be loaded into the stock fact table from TCS, like the stock ID will be taken from the dimension, because we are already projecting it here when we are joining with the dimension, and open price, open, high, low, close would be taken. So we are doing the required casting just to make sure the data type is okay, because we already defined the schema here, and just to make sure we are casting it to integer for the stock ID, and open OHLC we are casting it to double, and then volume to long, and load timestamp. If you call this now function, it will load the timestamp at the time of running this query. Okay, so very simple. If you get some familiarity with KQL, it's really simple. If you're already familiar with SQL, I would say, to load the stock fact table. So when you run this query, then you would see the data gets loaded into the stock fact table with the date key, then stock ID picked from the date key from date dimension, stock ID from stock dimension, and then the KPIs or metrics, the required OHLC, volume, and then the load timestamp. Let's look at how the data looks like once you run this KQL query to load the stock fact table. And this is for the historical load, right? So I will shortly show show you in the next video how you can incrementally load the stock fact table from TCS, because TCS staging table would be loaded on daily basis. The previous day closing price would be loaded the next morning. So when we do that, we will have the latest entry in TCS staging table, right? And then you need to take it to the fact table and then refresh the data model. So to incrementally load the stock fact table, we have a separate KQL query, which I will show in the next video. You can follow along that as well. So both the KQL queries I'll share, okay, both the historical stock fact load as well as incremental stock fact loading queries will be shared in the lesson, okay, in the subsequent lessons. So history KQL query you can find in this lesson, and in the next video to incrementally load the stock fact, you can find the KQL query there, okay, right under the lesson. So let's look at the stock fact table, how it looks like once you load it. So you can look at the schema insights. So that's how we defined it. Date key of type string, and then stock ID, open price, low. These are all real, and this is integer. Volume is of long type. Okay, so make sure you are aligned with the data types to prevent any issues during data loading. Okay, so we need to make sure the data types are aligned. So let's look at the data preview to see how the data looks like once you load the fact table from TCS staging table. So you can see the date key is loaded, okay, with the year, month and date format. Then the stock ID is loaded, so we have only one stock, I mean 3 different stocks loaded in the dimension. So but the TCS being the first, we have the stock ID as 1 because we are trying to demonstrate only TCS stock here. If you have different stocks coming in, you should see different stock IDs from the dimension, the keys for stock. And then the open price, high price, low price, make sure you have the data types defined correctly, otherwise you would run into a problem. Okay, if you face any challenges, feel free to comment under the lesson. Low and close, and then volume of type long, and then load timestamp, and we also have the ingestion time as well. Okay, so that's how the stock fact looks like. Okay, so in the next video I will show you how you can incrementally load the data as well. So here you can see at the time of recording I have the data incrementally loaded till yesterday, the yesterday's closing price, which is 15th of January. So every day we will look at how we can completely automate it, even the KQL queries, to incrementally load the stock fact table from TCS staging table. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video to incrementally load the stock fact table. Hi and welcome to this video. So in the previous video we looked at how you can load the stock fact table by performing the required joins from TCS staging table to the stock dimension and then date dimension with the help of KQL query. So in this video we will we loaded the historical data for the last 100 data points, whatever you have loaded into TCS staging table from Alpha Vantage API. In this video we'll see how you can incrementally load the stock fact table as and when the data arrives into the staging table every morning when the pipeline runs automatically. So we will also schedule this KQL query to run after the loading of TCS staging table to take that entry, the new entry, the previous day closing price, into the stock fact table using KQL query. Okay, so you will find the KQL query to incrementally load the stock fact table in this lesson below as a downloadable resource. So please feel free to download and then follow along, because the important thing is for you to get some hands-on and practice. So let me know in the comments if there are any challenges when you execute the KQL queries. Okay, so whatever queries we have seen, so I mean the query that we have seen previously, so it's more or less similar with few filters in place. We're using dot set or append stock fact table, and then we are using let function, let keyword, and then we are trying to build the latest date parameter. Okay, so what we are trying to do is we are saying toScalar, we are using toScalar function, and then the stock fact table, and with the piped operator we are trying to summarize using the summarize operator and pulling the maximum date key from the existing stock fact table. So the idea here is to get the latest date from the existing stock fact table. Okay, so that's what we're trying to pull and then store it in latest date in this particular KQL query line. Okay, and then we are calling the input table TCS staging table. Okay, TCS table, and then we are applying a filter where to date time. Okay, to make sure, I think we are casting it to date time, the timestamp column, because it is of string type, as you know, in TCS table. So we are casting it to date time, and then we are saying greater than, again, to date time, the latest date. So this gives me only the latest record from the TCS staging table. Okay, so if you have loaded 100 data points until day before yesterday already, and today you want to load the previous day closing price, so the data would be available in TCS staging table, incrementally loaded, and then you need to take that entry alone into the fact table. So that's exactly we are trying to do here. So looking at the latest date in the stock fact table, and then we are saying the timestamp in staging table is greater than the already available maximum date in the stock fact table. So that will include only the new records from TCS staging table. So that's the idea. And then you are joining it with the, again, date dimension and stock dimension, and then projecting the required keys, date key, and then the stock ID symbol from stock dimension, and then we are performing the join. So however we did in the last time, we are performing the join based on timestamp on the left side and then date key on the right side, here symbol on both the sides. And then we are finally projecting or taking a subset of columns, the date key, stock ID, open price, high, low, volume, load, timestamp. That's it. So only a couple of changes in the incremental KQL script. So one, we are pulling the latest date by summarizing the maximum of date key from stock fact table. And then we are setting this filter in TCS staging table to include only the new records that is not already loaded into the stock fact table. Okay, so that's the key here. That's the idea. So I think you can follow along and try and run this and see if it's automatically, once you schedule it, you can see if it's incrementally loading the data from TCS staging table into the stock fact table. Okay, and let me know in the comments how it goes. Yeah, so, and then if you need to schedule this KQL query, okay, so let me come back to the workspace. So okay, so to kind of schedule this incrementally loading the KQL queries, what you can do is you can build a data pipeline. Okay, so quickly. Okay, so you can create a new item, data pipeline. Let me show you. It's very simple. You just need to call the KQL query activity and then call the script. That's it. So okay, so here I have this data pipeline. So if you're seeing it or creating it for the first time, so under activities you can click on this 3 dots and you can scroll down and you can see, so under transform section you can see a KQL. Okay, so click on KQL. Okay, and then it will add the KQL activity for you, and then all you need to do is you need to configure the activity. Okay, so here you can name the pipeline or the activity name as KQL script load TCS incremental data, and in your case, you can name it accordingly. And then under settings, we are performing a connection to the stock market Eventhouse, and then the command we are trying to execute once we establish the connection, okay, to the Eventhouse. So I'm just passing the exact KQL query that we have just looked at to incrementally load the stock fact table, right? So just copy that query, what I'm attaching in this lesson, and then simply provide the command here, and that's it. And then you need to just schedule this pipeline. So come back to the workspace and the pipeline that you have created, click 3 dots and just scroll down and you can see schedule, and here you can see the pipeline that I've scheduled all succeeded today morning. Okay, and the next refresh is scheduled in 15 hours. So again, the schedule is as we talked about during our Alpha Vantage API ingestion in the Eventstream. We scheduled it from Tuesday to Saturday to incrementally ingest the previous day closing prices only for the trading days. So repeat weekly and then select Tuesday till Saturday, and time you can choose it, and make sure this runs after the incremental ingestion of the TCS staging data, right? From Alpha Vantage API, we've already scheduled the notebook, right, to incrementally ingest the TCS previous day closing price data into the TCS staging table. So once that is done, then you can schedule afterwards this one, right? So make sure that runs first, and then you need to run this to incrementally load the stock fact from the staging table. Okay, so you can mention the time zone and other information. Okay, so that's how we can schedule it. So I hope by this point you have the pipeline set up to incrementally, once the historical ingestion is done, you have the incremental ingestion of the TCS stock data, and then we have created the required dimensions, stock and date dimension, to incrementally load the stock fact table. So by this point you have all of the historical data, the 100 data points, loaded into the stock fact table with the dimensional keys, date key and the stock ID key from the dimension, and then you have the scheduled pipeline to incrementally ingest the stock fact data from the TCS staging table. Okay, so let's wrap up this video and I'll see you in the next one. Hi and welcome back. So in this video we will dive into data transformations in module 2 data engineering with Fabric. So as a part of this video we will try and cover some of the practical use cases why we are going for KQL instead of PySpark. So we'll talk a bit about it, and then we'll be demonstrating the calculated columns, so how you can pre-compute some of the calculated columns, or you can say feature engineering to build daily change as well as moving average 5-day using KQL experience. And we'll look at this backend table creation for Precomputed, for storing the Precomputed metrics, daily change, stock change, which is TCS in our use case, and then moving 5-day average. And then we'll also see how we can manage the decimal precision. So all we are going to do well within the KQL experience, to show you how you can write the KQL queries to do some extension of your tables. Basically you're doing feature engineering to kind of extend the table with these calculated columns like daily change and moving 5-day average. So these are the metrics which we are going to extend, and to try and show you how you can pre-compute and store it in the table in Eventhouse. So let's talk a bit about why we are going for KQL instead of PySpark. So as you by now know that I think KQL, custom query language, is for real-time use cases. It has tight integration with the Eventstream and Eventhouse. And if your use case is real-time analytics, in our case it is near real-time stock market analytics. So we are trying to ingest the data with Eventstream and then storing the data and processing in the Eventhouse. So KQL is at the time of creation of Eventhouse, you can see the KQL database is automatically created. So it is quite tightly integrated, so within the Eventhouse and Eventstream. So if your use case is kind of the real-time use case or near real-time use cases, and if you're planning to create Eventstream and Eventhouse, then you should probably know KQL. So as I already mentioned, if you're already familiar with SQL, it is pretty straightforward language, pretty expressive, so you can quickly learn and then try to write some KQL queries to query your data, and then you can also manipulate or do some feature engineering that we are going to do in this video to extend the tables and do some calculated or create some calculated columns like how we are going to do now in KQL. So PySpark is more on the batch processing side, so for large scale or complex data processing you can use it, but we are right within the Eventhouse, so it is KQL is tightly integrated within the Eventhouse, so we can try and learn some KQL queries, how we can write those, and then also try to do some bit of data transformation that we are going to do now for your data transformation capabilities, right? So let me move on to Fabric quickly. So what I'm going to show you here, by now, at this point, you should have the TCS staging table and the stock fact loaded. Okay, so if you're following along, and I'm going to create one other table called stock fact calc, just to show you how you can create calculated columns and then extend your fact table by adding those calculated columns, pre-computed calculated columns like daily change and then the 5-day moving average for stocks, right? So but what we are going to surface to the data model would be stock fact. Just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to build up this table and then show you how we in KQL how you can extend the table. It is not very complex, but okay, so I'll try and explain every line of code for you to be comfortable with. But I think from data model point of view, we are going to surface stock fact, and then we will also try and see how we can create those calculated columns, right? So using DAX expressions right within the data model. And that's how we are going to look at the daily change metric and then the 5-day moving average metric for TCS stock. We can write some DAX expressions and then create those measures, or calculated columns right within the data model. And we'll also talk about, at that point in time when we create those DAX expressions, we'll talk about what are the benefits or pros and cons of creating those metrics right within the data model using DAX expressions, and when you can go for pre-computed one that we are going to do now, right? So the pre-computed metrics are already stored and calculated and stored in the fact table that you can also surface, or you can create those metrics using DAX expressions in the data model itself, right? So maybe during the data model creation phase, and then when we write the DAX expressions to create those metrics, we will talk about the pros and cons of using or creating the metrics in the directly in the data model, or when you can go for pre-computed, right? So we'll talk about it at that point in time, but for now, for this video, we will stick to how we can pre-compute those metrics and then store it in the table in Eventhouse, right? So I think that distinction, as I mentioned, we will talk about it in another video, in another opportunity. So for now, let's go through this KQL query. So the extend stock fact. So I will also provide this KQL query to extend your stock fact table right within the lesson. So at the bottom of this lesson, you can find this KQL query attached. So what I'm doing is I'm just creating dot create table stock fact calculation. Okay, the date key, stock ID, OHLC with the respective data type and the volume, and then also I'm adding a couple of columns like daily price change, which is real type, and moving average 5-day real type. Okay, and then the load timestamp. So let's go through this KQL query. Let me minimize this quickly. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to append the data, okay, into the stock fact calc. So the table that we just created, okay, and then we built up the schema as well with 2 new columns that I'm going to calculate using KQL. So we are going to pull the data from stock fact table, and then we are using this operator called extend. So this will add the column into my existing table. So you can use the extend operator, and then I'm creating date key date. And what I'm trying to do here is the date key is of string format. So I'm just trying to convert it into date time. Okay, and then extending it to this column. And then we are trying to order it by stock ID and date key date. Okay, in ascending order. See, this we are doing to make sure if you have multiple stocks in your fact table. So in our use case, we are just trying to demo this with TCS. But if you are following along and then adding a lot of stocks to track your portfolio, so you should be able to, try and order it by stock ID and then the date key to just make sure I think the data is ordered at this level, so that we can run some calculations as I mentioned, and then probably perform those calculations and create those metrics, okay, and then store those metrics. So make sure your data is ordered by stock ID and date key date, so that, because we are using some of the window functions like previous to pull the previous closing price for a stock. So for that you need the data to be ordered by the stock ID and the date key, okay. And then we are trying to serialize, okay, so because since we are using this window function prev, so we need to serialize the data, so that is a requirement. I'll quickly show you and also share the link for the window functions, the custo previous window function shortly. So let's see, in this line of code, what we're trying to do is we are trying to extend, and then we are saying previous, I'm trying to get the previous closing price, and if the stock ID is the previous stock ID, then we are pulling the previous closing price, okay, to get the previous day's close price. We are using this prev function. It's a window function. So I can share the link. You can just quickly go through what are the parameters we are passing for the previous function. It returns the value of a specific column in a specified row. Okay, we need to provide the offset as well. You can see the column and the offset, okay, we need to pass, but by default the offset would be 1, so no need to pass if you are trying to pull the previous value, okay, itself. So if I go back here, you can see here I'm not passing only, I'm passing the column information, close price, okay, so and then pulling the previous closing price, okay, so that will store the previous closing price for the TCS stock. And if you're looking at multiple stocks, so you need to make sure you are ordering it by stock ID and date key date, so that you will get the required previous closing prices for every stock, okay. And then the daily price change we are extending, and then we are having a column called daily price change, and we are using if function. So in KQL it is double I if, okay, and we are saying is not null previous close price, then we are calculating the close price minus the previous close price, okay, we are calculating the daily change for the TCS stock. And then we are extending the daily price, and then we are rounding it to 4 decimals spots, because it could be a lot, so we wanted to make sure we are rounding it off as well. So all this we are doing with the help of extend operator for the daily price change calculation for stock, using the previous window function in custo KQL. And then we are trying to calculate the moving average 5-day window, right? So what we are trying to do is we're using if function, and then we are checking is null or not, and then the previous closing price, okay, and then we are using our class, okay, previous closing price. You can see we are passing the offset, right, from the current closing price to offset. We are passing 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, back in time. Okay, so and then what we are trying to do here is we are summing up the closing price with the last 4 days, right, because we're trying to calculate the moving average 5-day. So the previous closing price -1, then -2, -3, -4, and then we're just dividing it by 5, which gets me the 5-day moving average, okay, 5-day moving average closing price, okay, that we are trying to extend. So that's it. It's quite simple. So but all this we are trying to achieve with the help of previous window function, okay, and then passing the required offset. As I mentioned, by default it is 1, the offset. So when we are calculating the daily price change, we haven't passed anything, as you can notice here. You can also pass -1, but it will still get me the previous day closing price. But for the moving 5-day average, we are passing the offsets like 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we are calculating the moving average, because I'm trying to sum up all of those from current day to previous 4 days. I mean totally 5 days from current date to -4, and then we are dividing it by 5 to get the average of 5-day moving average 5-day closing price. Okay, so that's how we are calculating these 2 metrics in KQL. And when we move on to the data model part, we will see how we can achieve the same function using the DAX expression, and we'll also talk a bit about, as I mentioned, if we can go for pre-compute, or what are the pros and cons or what are the pros and cons of writing DAX expression and then calculating on the fly, right, in the data model itself. So, and then we are trying to again round it off for the moving average 5-day as well. And then finally we are converting back to the date key back to a string format, because we are trying to align with the existing schema and be consistent. So we are using format datetime to convert it back to the string format in this format, year, month and date. And then finally we are projecting the required columns: date key, stock ID, open price, high, low, close price, volume, daily price change that we just calculated. These two are the metrics we just calculated using KQL, with our daily price change and moving average 5-day, and then load timestamp. So try and run this query once you have the stock fact loaded for your multiple stocks. And if there are any challenges, feel free to comment in this lesson below. I'll try and help you. Okay. And you can find the KQL attached to this lesson as well. So let's quickly look at, once you run this KQL, and the stock fact calc should be loaded, okay, with the calculated metrics as well. So we'll have a quick look at it. As I already ran that query block, KQL query block, you can see here. So this was last loaded, like, we have data till 1612. This is just for demonstration purposes how you can pre-compute, but as I mentioned, we are not going to surface it to cube. Okay, so you can also do this and pre-compute in the backend. Okay, so instead of writing DAX expression, so I'm showing you both capabilities, how you can do that. So here you can see the daily price change. Okay, so you can also verify or validate the data. Okay, so between the previous day, what was the closing price today and the previous day, and whether it is correctly captured or not, the daily price change column, and the moving average 5-day as well, whether it is correctly calculated or not. You can simply check a couple of data points, the last 5 data points, the closing price, and then you can see if the daily price change and also the moving average 5-day calculated correctly from our KQL query that we just calculated. Okay, so you can also surface the stock fact calc with the extended columns in the fact table that we pre-computed just now using KQL query. Okay, so I hope you're clear with this. So just try and run this query, and if you face any challenges, let me know. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. So in this video we will see how we can query data using KQL experience. So probably we'll look at how we can deduplicate data in your TCS staging table, or any stock that you have staged in Eventhouse. So we can see how we can deduplicate, and we can also see how we can check the schema, and some basic queries we will run in KQL to get a bit of understanding. So let me move on to the Fabric portal. So here I'm in Fabric portal. So you can open the Eventhouse, and then you can open your KQL database. So you should see the staging tables that you have loaded, and then the fact table and the stock fact calc with the pre-computed metrics that we have computed in the previous video, right? And open the stock market, the query set, Eventhouse query set. So that will show you all of the queries that you have been querying the data. Okay, so and the load stock fact, whatever queries that you have. So we will see how we can write some queries to check the data quality in TCS staging table, because once we automate it, the data is going to get ingested on daily basis, the previous day closing price. In case of any issues, so probably we can run some validation queries to see if the data is duplicated actually in TCS table, staging table, and then how we can handle it. Okay, so let me minimize this. So here I have this set of queries. We'll quickly run through, and I will also share this set of queries in the lesson so that you can try and practice along as well. So here what I'm doing is, as you know by now, it's a funnel like strategy in KQL queries. So we'll have the table name first, and then the operator, pipe operator, and the respective steps that we're trying to do. So what I'm trying to do in this first set of queries, trying to see if there are duplicates in the TCS staging table. So all that I'm using is summarize operator, and then I'm doing the count. So I think however you do it in the SQL, the same experience here, only the syntax is different. Okay, so here we are trying to do the count by all of the columns, like timestamp, symbol, open, high, low, and then the close and volume, right? So and then I'm doing some casting for high, low, and close, and then I'm saying where the count is greater than 1. So okay, so we are trying to find the unique row in TCS staging table, and show me the records where it has more than one count based on this keys, all of the column keys, right? So that will tell me if the record is unique or we have duplicate entries in the TCS staging table. So that's it. So once you run this, let me run this. So now you can see, I think somehow I have couple of duplicate records. The 16th December 16th data is kind of, I have 3 entries for some reason. Maybe I ran probably the queries more than once, or the pipeline failed and then we pipeline executed more than once. It could be, it could happen, right? So we need to make sure the table is clean before we load the fact table. So you can run this query to identify. Even for 24th, I can see there is a duplicate, right? So so how I can handle this using KQL? You can still try to deduplicate your table using the KQL itself. That exactly we are going to do now. So this block of code, what we are trying to do is we are going to create one other table, okay, using set or replace TCS clean table. So this will create a new table for me. And how are we eliminating duplicates is by using the I'm calling the TCS table and then summarize. We are using this argmax function, and then I'm passing the timestamp, which column I need to pass to identify or pull only the unique record, okay, with respect to that column, like timestamp. Okay, saying argmax timestamp comma star and then by timestamp and symbol. So this will actually try to extract only the latest record based on that timestamp. So that's the idea. So that will eliminate the duplicates. Okay, so we are taking this unique column, timestamp column, from TCS staging table. So I hope you by now familiar with the schema itself. Let's have a quick look at the data preview. So timestamp is unique, right? So and then we have symbol, open, high, low, close, volume, and then ingestion time. So I'm taking timestamp and then trying to summarize it, okay, and then summarizing it by timestamp and symbol. So this will actually load a TCS table, clean table with the unique records by eliminating the duplicates. So we can quick try that. So let me run this block of code. It says like 125 records are loaded into the TCS clean. So there you can see the table is created right after executing this 3 lines of code. So if you just so once you load this TCS clean table, what you can do is run the same set of query to see if there are duplicates in the TCS clean table. So with the same syntax, we are doing the count based on all of the columns, and I'm filtering where the count is greater than 1 on the TCS clean table. So let me run that. So there you can see there are no records written, which means there are no duplicates as such now in the TCS clean table. So we have deduplicated the table itself, and then we created a new table. Now what you can do is you can take a backup of the existing table, or you can even drop the previous table, and I think you can rename the TCS clean to the TCS table. I mean, you can so either you can take a backup of the original table and then you can rename the TCS clean to TCS, okay, which we just deduplicated. So however you want it, you can do it, or you can even drop this table and then make this table as your original table that we just deduplicated. Or if you want to retain the older one, you can take a backup. So that way you can do it. So just a quick demonstration to see how we can use KQL experience to deduplicate your table or find whether there are records, there are duplicate records in your staging table for any stock. This is how we do it. Okay, so I'll share the queries so that you can follow along and practice as well with whatever stocks you have loaded in your Eventhouse. Okay, so that's the idea, and maybe let us look at few more queries, try and see what we just validated. So let me open this. So how do you check the schema? It's quite simple. The table name followed by get schema. You should be able to get the schema. Okay, so let me run that. So it will provide the column name, ordinal, data type, information, column type. Okay, so even for the external table, if you remember, dim date and dim look stock, both are external tables, which means like we provided as a shortcut. So we brought in the data from other Lakehouse, from other workspace, or within the same workspace. So still you can check the schema using external table function and get schema. So you can still see the schema even for the date dimension here. Okay, so those are some of the queries, and let me see if there is something else I can show you. Yeah, so and if you want to have a look at the preview of the data, you can do it there, or you can write some queries like take 1000, like top in SQL. It is take command here to look at the top 1000 or top 10. Okay, and I hope the join by during the fact table loading, so we know how we are performing join. So it's pretty much in line with SQL. Okay, so nothing difficult, I would say. If you're very strong or already familiar with SQL, then this is like an easy task for you to write some KQL queries in Eventhouse. Okay, all right, so those are some of the queries I just wanted to show you. Okay, so yeah, so you can still write the KQL queries to perform join, or even if you want to validate the fact table, you can still do that. So the idea here is it is still achievable using KQL experience. You can pre-compute some of the metrics we did in the last video and then store it, and also you can deduplicate your tables as well. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video, wherein we will jump on to module 2. So we are done with module 2. So we'll jump on to module 3, wherein we will look at how we can access the Eventhouse tables from within the Power BI desktop, and how we can do the data modeling, how we can build the relationships between your fact and dimension tables right within the desktop, Power BI desktop, and how we can, once the relationship is done, once your data model is ready, how we can publish it to the service, Power BI service within the workspace what you have. So I'll show you that in the next video, and then we'll dive into module 2, so where we'll dive more into the Power BI experience. So any questions related to KQL when you run these queries, please feel free to comment in the lesson below, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back to module 3. So at this point you should have the Eventhouse loaded with your staging tables, dimension tables, and then the stock factors also loaded with whatever stocks that you're trying to ingest. So you should have a functional ingestion pipeline, and then the factors also loaded. So I think you can also schedule the fact loading query as well, the KQL query that we have been using to perform the required joins between the staging tables to the dimension tables, and then load the stock fact table. So it is all automated. So you have a functional fact table, so the dimensional for the dimensional modeling to happen, you have the dimensions and fact tables are ready at this point. So now what we are going to cover in this video, so we will see how we can connect to the Eventhouse from within the Power BI desktop, and see how we can do the data modeling between fact and dimension tables that you're going to import. We'll also talk about the direct query mode and import mode, so which one you can go for, and then how we can publish the built data model into the Power BI service within this workspace in Fabric. So all that we will have a quick look in this video. So let me move on to the mind nodes. So let me focus on module 3. So we are now jumping on to module 3. We'll try to see, once we are done with building the data model, Then we will generate the reports and then build some nice dashboards to visualize the stock trends in Power BI. Okay, so we will look at the integration with Power BI in this video. So what we'll be covering, as I mentioned, so we'll try and load the Eventhouse data into the Power BI desktop, and then the real-time versus batch processing insights. So probably I'll cover a bit about it. So I think we already spoke a bit about it. So batch processing, we will go for the Spark capabilities for batch processing needs. So our use case is more of a real-time use case, near real-time use case. So that's the reason we were building the Eventstream and Eventhouse as our data processing and then storage layer. So we'll see how we can connect to Eventhouse from within Power BI, and then we'll also see how we can work with direct query and import modes. If you're not already familiar, I'll give you a bit of quick background what is direct query mode and import mode, so that you'll be familiar. And there is one other mode, I think I've already covered that in my fundamentals course, the direct lake mode. So I talked in detail about all these three modes. If you're not familiar, you can watch that free course, wherein I talked in detail about what is direct query mode, import mode, and what is the benefit of direct lake mode that Microsoft introduced in Fabric. That you need to watch to understand what are the different modes and which mode for which use case you can go for which mode, and then what direct lake is solving. So all those information you can go through it. I'm not going to repeat in this video. So let me jump on to the so see, since I am using Mac, I couldn't install Power BI desktop, so I built a virtual machine to demonstrate how we can connect to the Fabric Eventhouse. So I have this Power BI desktop. So once you have the Power BI desktop ready, so all you can do is, I'll show you exactly how you can connect as well. So see, initially when you try to establish, you try to get the data, and let me give me a moment. Let me go back to home, and then we'll say blank report. So I've just tried to import the tables from the Eventhouse, but we'll see how we can do it from scratch quickly. Okay, so the blank report is now ready. Okay, so now we have the blank report. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to say get the data. How are we going to get the data, right? So here look for more sources. So you should see Microsoft Fabric. So there you go, you can see Microsoft Fabric, and then you can bring the data from warehouses, lakehouses, or even KQL database. That's exactly, we are going to select KQL database, click on connect. So now it is showing me the list of, the Eventhouses what I have in my kind of one lake data hub, right? So see, initially I think it will ask you to establish the connection. Okay, so you need to provide, so with whatever account you have activated the Fabric trial, so try and authenticate. So it will be providing some prompts for you to log in. So make sure you connect, authenticate, and then you should see this one lake data hub, and then you can choose whatever Eventhouse you can choose. So in our case, we are planning to use this stock market Eventhouse within the stock market near real-time analytics workspace. So I'm just trying to connect, and then again it will ask you to authenticate. So once you're done, I think it won't ask next time, since I already established the connection. It's trying to connect to the Eventhouse directly. There you can see under navigator, yeah, there you can see I can clearly see all of the tables that I can import. Okay, so let's say I need date dimension, the shortcut that we have, and then stock dimension, and then all I need is stock fact. Okay, I don't want stock fact calc, which we pre-computed some of the metrics, and then the TCS staging table or clean table. So but it will list all of the tables from your Eventhouse, as you can see from the KQL database, okay, inside your Eventhouse. So these are the three tables I need for simple data modeling. Okay, so but you are welcome to always bring in additional dimensions if you want, but for the course purposes, I'm keeping it really simple for you to gain good understanding. Okay, so let me load these three tables. Click on load, and the next prompt would be which mode you need to choose, whether you need to go for import mode or direct query mode under the connection settings. So let's talk a bit about it. So as I mentioned, you can watch my other video. Okay, so I can also provide the YouTube link if you want, or I'll redirect you to the free course so that you can look at the specific module where I talked in detail about the 3 modes, including the direct link mode. Okay, so but for the sake of this discussion, see, import mode is when you are trying to duplicate the data into the memory, right? So when you need to bring a copy of the data into Power BI, that's when you'll use the import mode. Direct query mode is there is no duplication of data, so it will be a direct connection to your underlying source. So that's the difference. Okay, so as simple as that. But for our use case, see, you can use direct query, but the thing is, it might be a bit slower. There'll be a bit of latency, right? So since we are directly establishing the connection. Okay, so the import mode would be a bit faster than the direct query. Okay, so because of we are taking the copy of data into the memory, into the Power BI, so we are kind of duplicating the data. So the downside of it is whenever you refresh something in your backend tables or in the underlying source, you need to make sure the copy of the data that we have is also refreshed to reflect in the reports. So that's one thing, but there are advantages of import mode. So to name a few, like in case if you have many years of data, like 10 years of data in your underlying fact table, and if you need to restrict it to say a couple of years or 3 years, then I think import mode would be a good choice. You cannot establish a direct connection to bring in all of the historical data into the data model, right? So in that case, I think you can use import mode to restrict a few partitions in the final report, so that you can do. So I think you can leverage or play around with both of these options, but I think for now, I'm going to use the default import mode and then click on OK. So it will take a copy of the data right within the PBI. So you can see it's creating a connection in the model, and then it's loading the data into the model as well. Okay, if it's a direct query connection, it will be a direct connection, so there won't be a copy of data loaded into the Power BI data model. Okay, so once it's loaded, the stock fact and couple of dimensions there you can see on the right side. Okay, so I think you can see, sorry, let me expand it. I have one other window, let me close that to avoid any confusion. So you can clearly see that. So I have the stock fact and the tables are loaded. Okay, so let me expand it again. So now what we can do is you can go to the model view on the left side, and there you can see the tables are loaded, right? So so I think the relationships it's showing, I think you can see it is not the right relationships, right? So so there are, I think if when at the time of loading the table, I think you need to define the relationship. So if you're seeing some default relationships, make sure you're defining the correct relationships, right? So between the fact and the dimension table. So let me delete the existing one to avoid any confusion. Let me delete this relationship. Okay, so yeah, so now we have this fact table and the dimensions table ready. So those are two external tables. Okay, so you can then start building the relationships. Okay, so it's going to be many to one from the fact to the dimension table. So you can connect the date keys, okay, just by dragging it, and then it will open a relationship window wherein you can see the fact table is going to be connected to the date dimension, and the cardinality should be it is from the fact to the dimension, it's going to be many to one. Okay, and then the cross filter direction, keep the default one. Okay, so and then save it. Okay, now we can see it's one to many from dimension to fact, and then similarly on the stock dimension, it is going to be the symbol or sorry, the stock ID that we are going to connect. between these two. So let me drag and drop. We're going to establish the relationship based on the stock fact stock ID column. The relationship is going to be one to many. Okay, so from dimension to the fact, the cross filter direction is single. I think, yeah, I think we can have a filter as single directional filter instead of applying it as both. So let me make it as single. Okay. All right. So that's it. And then once you have the relationships built, and even if your model is a bit complex with many more dimensions, you can establish the relationship and then build the data model this way in the model view. So if I quickly come back to the already built data model, okay, so let me come back to the existing, I'm in the workspace, stock market near real-time analytics workspace. Let me open the already deployed semantic model, stock analytics. And this is after published, you should see this, but I will see that quickly as well. So let me open the existing data model. You can see the stock fact and dimensions are there, and here also you can see the relationships that we have defined. So you can even double click and see what is that definition. So it's many to one, so what we just established, and the cross filter direction is single from okay, the fact to the dimension table, and the stock dimension also is going to be from the many to one, and the filter direction is single, cross filter direction is single. Okay, so that's all we did. If I reopen the Power BI desktop from within the VM, okay, so from the stock dimension, okay, I think it looks good. So you can build this data model. I think it's only a couple of dimensions that we're trying to connect. Okay, so we can establish the relationships, and once you're done with the data modeling, so you now have a working data model between your stock fact and the stock and date dimension established. Okay, so what you can do is there is a publish button, right? I'm just minimizing since the video is hiding, the circle mask is hiding. So let me expand it a bit. So you can see once your data model is ready, okay, you can even write some DAX expression here. So we will quickly see in the subsequent videos how you can write DAX expression to compute some of the metrics like the daily stock change metric as well as the moving average 5-day. So but you can see there is a publish button, right? So you can publish this online in the Power BI service. Just click on publish. We'll see. So do you want to save the changes locally? Yes, you can save it locally somewhere, saying saving it as stock model, and then click on save, and it will ask you to publish to see. It will list all of the workspace that you have in the Fabric portal, right? You can see all of the workspace, it's listed. So I wanted to publish it to stock market near real-time analytics workspace, and it's trying to publish the .pbix file to Power BI service. Let's wait for a few seconds, and it's success, you know, it's published. So now let's go back to the Fabric portal. Okay, I'm coming out of VM. So now let me go to the workspace. Let me close this. We can even view to lineage view and see. Let's see the lineage view. Okay, there you can see we just built this data model, right? So if you're not able to see fully, okay, so let me go to the list view. I think it's better for you to look at. So the stock underscore analytics model and report is what I built already, but for demonstration purposes, we just created a stock model. You can see it's a new one, right? So you can see the stock underscore model, semantic model, and report is published. So when it got published, you can see we just now pushed it right from Power BI desktop. Okay, so let's come back to the stock market near real-time analytics workspace, and then the model that we just deployed, stock model. Click on the stock model and then click on open data model. There you can see the data model that we just published from within the Power BI desktop, right? So you can see the stock fact table and the couple of dimensions that we established the relationship to the stock fact table. Okay, so now also you can see what is the storage mode. If you just mouse over to the table itself, you can see the name of the table, and the storage mode is import. As you remember, we were choosing it as by default import mode, and if you choose it as direct query, it will be reflected at the storage mode here. Okay, so in all of the tables you can see the storage mode is import mode. Okay, yes, so that's it. I think now we have the working data model ready, and I think in the next video we will see how we can start building some reports, and then the dashboards, nice dashboards, how you can build it. So at this point you should have the working functional data model ready with stock fact linked to a couple of dimensions, the date dimension and stock dimension, for us to be able to generate some reports out of the semantic model. So I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. So before we dive into building some reports and dashboards to look at the stock trends and daily price change and moving average 5-day metrics, so we will quickly see how we can calculate those couple of metrics that we pre-computed in the table using KQL, right? So the daily stock price change as well as the moving average 5-day. Both of those metrics we'll see how you can calculate right within the semantic model. So I think for this topic, I think you should know some DAX basics, so data analysis expressions. So the assumption here is you have some familiarity with the DAX expression language. Otherwise, I would recommend you to read something. Okay, so read a bit about DAX expressions and then have a bit of understanding how we can write the DAX expressions. Okay, so you can learn it as well. So I think you should know probably how you can create some calculated columns that will be stored for every row. And measure is something, the distinction between the calculated columns and measures, right? So the measures will be at the report level. So at the time of running your report, the measure, both will be done in the DAX expression, but measures will be at the report level that you can create. But calculated columns is something you will kind of compute, write the DAX expression and then compute and then store the value in the model itself. Okay, so that we will see. So for both of the metrics that we are going to create, it will be a calculated column, so that we will try to persist the data for every record or row. So we are going to write DAX for to see how we can calculate the daily price change and then the 5-day moving average. So whatever we did in the backend using KQL to pre-compute and then store it in Eventhouse, we are going to do the exact same metric within the DAX expression. And then probably later on I will also tell you I think what are the pros and cons of going for DAX, or when you want to go to the pre-computed metrics and then store it, right? So we will talk about the benefits and also the downside for both the approaches as well, okay, later on. So let me move on to the Fabric portal real quickly. So here I'm in the workspace stock market near real-time analytics workspace. So we have all the artifacts here. So let me open the already built semantic model stock analytics. Okay, let me click on that and then click on open data model. So the data model is loaded. So here you can see I have a couple of calculated columns created within the stock fact table. The one is daily price change. I will show you the expression shortly and then we'll quickly go over. And then the moving average 5-day. So if you under tables, you can see the tables under model, you can see whether you have any measures or perspectives, calculation groups and so on. So if you want to know more about or how you can create calculation groups and all, I think I would again recommend you to watch my the fundamental course end-to-end using COVID-19 dataset. So that's free of cost. You can go through that to understand a bit about how you can create the calculation groups and stuff like that. Okay, so You can see 2 relationships are there and 3 tables, and culture is already there. Okay, English US, but that's fine. So here I think let me enlarge it a bit for you to see. So you can see the daily price change calculated column. So if you want to create a new column, okay, so you can do that. Okay, so by clicking on the table, okay, click on the 3 dots and you can see new measure, new column that you can create. Okay, so and then start writing some DAX expressions. Okay, so if I click on new column, so you can see it will ask you to write some DAX expressions. Okay, so let me show you the already created one. So click on the daily price change. So now it's showing the DAX expression that I have written here to calculate the daily price change. Okay, so we'll quickly go through it, and then I will also make sure to share the DAX expression for both of these metrics right below this lesson, so that you can try and plug in the expression and then create those couple of metrics using DAX expression within your data model. So daily price change variable, the column, calculated column that we're creating, and then we are defining a variable current date. Okay, and then we are calling date value function and passing the date key. So basically we're trying to convert the date key to a date value and then storing it in current date variable. And then we are creating another variable called previous close, because I need the previous closing price. Okay, and to calculate the daily price change. So previous close is equal to, we are using calculate function, and then we are using max function. So the price we are talking about here, because we have OHLC, right? If you remember, we have open, high, low, close. So as I already mentioned, we are focusing on only the closing price, the previous day closing price. So that's going to be the metric for us to build the reports. So again, for the daily price change, it is the previous closing price and the current day closing price we are comparing and then calculating the daily change metric. Okay, so I'm pulling the maximum of the closing price from the stock fact table, and then we are using filter function, passing the stock fact table, and then the stock fact stock IDs, we are using earlier function stock ID, and the date value of stock fact date key is equal to the current date minus 1. So the current date is the variable that we have just converted. Okay, so and then storing it will be current date minus 1. So that will give me the previous day closing price we are trying to calculate. Okay, and then once that previous closing price is pulled, so that will store the previous closing price for me for every stock ID. Okay, so for every date as well. Okay, so for every day, I think we are trying to pull the previous day closing price, so that will be stored in this variable. So in the return, we are using if not is blank of previous close. So whatever variable that we are creating here, the previous close, if it is not blank, we are saying stock fact closing price, the current closing price, okay, minus the previous close. So for every record, this would be calculated using this DAX expression. So we are saying the current date minus 1 will store the previous day closing price, and then we are if it is not blank, we are calculating the change from the previous day. That's it. Okay, so and then we are using blank function because we are using a if function. So if it is not blank, then we are calculating, okay, or we are calling the blank function to handle it as well. Okay, so that's a simple expression. So you can go through it and then try to use it in your data model and see how it works, and let me know in the comment section if you're able to achieve this as well. So that's about daily price change. Let me close that. Let's quickly look at the moving average 5-day as well. Okay, so here I'm computing the moving average 5-day. So we're creating a current day, again current date, we have it, and then we are defining a moving average variable wherein we are calculating using the average function, stock fact closing price, and then the filter function. Similarly, we are looking at the earlier stock fact ID. Okay, if the stock fact ID is earlier stock fact ID, and using AND operator, we are what we are doing is we are saying stock fact date key is greater than or equal to current date minus 4. Okay, and the stock fact date key is less than or equal to current date. So what we're trying to do is we are trying to calculate the average of closing price from the current date to previous 4 days, which will be like 5 days including today, and then we are calculating the moving average for those 5 day. Okay, so this will be like a moving average for back in time for 5 days. Okay, so that's exactly what we are doing here. Greater than or equal to current date minus 4, and then less than or equal to current date. So this will help me to calculate the average of the stock fact closing prices. Okay, so we are saying average of stock fact closing price, and we are applying some filters to that data set here. So to restrict it to the records from current day to the previous 4 days, which will be 5 days to calculate the average. That will be stored in the moving average, and then in the return we're just simply returning the moving average. That's it. So the function, what we need to achieve is done here already. Okay, so we are using calculate and then using average function, and with the filter function we are restricting the data set and calculating the average for the current date minus 4. Okay, that's it. That will calculate the moving average 5 day for me. So please refer both of these DAX expressions in the current lesson. Okay, so let me know if in case of any questions. You can comment in the same lesson, or you can even write to me in an email. Okay, so yeah, that's how we created a couple of metrics, the daily price change and moving average 5 day using DAX expression, and then you have it ready. Then you're ready to build your reports further on. So in the next video, we will see how we can build reports and look at the stock trends using the key metrics like daily price change, closing price, and moving average 5 day. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. So in this video, I just wanted to give you a quick comparison between the pre-computed metrics and the DAX metrics. So we have looked at both the capabilities or the approaches, how you can pre-compute using KQL query and then store it in stock fact calc table in Eventhouse, in the KQL database, and then we just looked at how you can write DAX expressions to kind of compute the same metrics, daily change and the moving average 5 day. So let me open this document real quick. So let's talk a bit about it. See, the choice obviously depends on the use case, okay, and the system architecture. So we have few pointers. So I'll help you to understand with few pointers when you can go for the pre-computed metrics or the DAX ones, right? So let's talk a bit about the pros and cons of using the KQL query in the backend to pre-compute and then store it in Eventhouse, right? So what are some of the pros? So I have some points here highlighted. So the pre-computed values, calculating values like the price change and moving average, so they are actually pre-computed and then ready, without even calculation. So it is already ready for you. And the one major point is it reduces the load in Power BI, right? So because when you write DAX expression, I think it is quite good for smaller data sets, but there'll be a reduced load on Power BI when we are performing the calculations in the backend and then persist. So that is one point. And then the consistency across multiple reports when you have the data pre-computed already. What are some of the cons? So it is less flexible. Imagine if you need to once the data is calculated and then persisted, in case if you need to modify the formula for that, right? So the KQL query you need to modify, and then you need to reprocess the entire data, whatever you have already loaded or persisted. But that is one drawback, or it is quite not flexible. I would say it's less flexible. So any change in the logic will kind of require you to reprocess the data. So that is one con. And then the data processing overhead, right? So in case if you're depending on the size of the frequency of a data set, performing the calculations in the backend and then persisting it could take longer. There will be some overhead, if the data is quite large. But I think we can look at the use case and then decide which approach you can go for. So those are some of pros and cons of using KQL in the backend in Eventhouse. So So let's talk about the DAX calculated columns in Power BI. We just did in the previous video, right? So what are some of the pros? It's quite dynamic and flexible. So it is not like in the backend, you're pre-computing. So you're just writing the DAX expression, and then it is incredibly flexible and allows you to make changes to your calculations without modifying your underlying data. So your underlying data would be intact, and if there is any change in the logic, you will modify the DAX expression, and it is quite useful if you need to test different calculation or adjust them frequently, right? So it's quite dynamic and flexible, and it's very much efficient for smaller data sets. I would say the DAX is very much efficient and can handle most calculations without much overhead. But if the data set is too large, then I think it will be like a good option to go for the pre-computed metrics, because it probably there will be a lot of overhead in the Power BI itself, right? So we have to be careful in choosing which approach we need to go for. So it depends on the requirements and use case and your data set size as well, right? If the data set isn't too large, then using DAX can simplify your workflow. And on-demand calculation, the calculations are done on the fly, meaning only the data and the current filter context will be used. So this makes it very dynamic and responsive to user interactions, right, in the report. So no extra backend work, so reduced work. So it will be only the expression we will write, define, and then it will be taken care. Okay, when you're generating the report. So no preloading is required or batch processing is required. Okay, so everything is handled in the Power BI for you. And what are some of the cons of DAX? So performance issues, as I mentioned, for large data sets, right? So for very large data sets, the calculations can be especially slow if it is very complex. Okay, and it could be resource intensive as well, right? So when we are calculating the 5-day moving average for a large number of stocks in your portfolio, it might lead to some performance degradation. So if it is quite large. And the dependence on Power BI, so it is the calculations will only be available in Power BI, so there will be some dependency on the tool itself, right? So let's talk about efficiency comparison, right? So for large data sets, if you're working with very large historical data sets, millions and millions of records, calculating values like the price change and moving average in Eventhouse in KQL is generally more efficient. Okay, so you can have some jobs defined to pre-compute and then process the data in the backend as a part of jobs, so which makes the reports load much faster and then reduced overhead as well, right? So for larger data sets. But very smaller data sets, I think you can go for the DAX calculation. Okay, so it can be more efficient as it avoids the need to reprocess your data in the backend. So that's how we look at both of these approaches. So you need to decide which approach you need to go for based on your data set size. The different factors are there, as we talked about, the data set size, okay, and the frequency of data that is coming in, and the performance side as well. And then you need to decide on which approach you need to go for, whether pre-computing in the backend or writing DAX expressions in Power BI in data model, and then calculating it on the fly. Okay, so that's a quick comparison for you to understand which approach you can go for, and based on what are all the factors that you need to consider to decide on this approach. So in the next video, we will dive into building some simple reports, and then we will also see how we can build some dashboards as well. So I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. So we are in module 3. So in this video, we will try and create some reports and dashboards and try to design the stock trends. We will look at the TCS stock, the daily trend, 5-day moving average that we computed in DAX expression as a calculated column, and we'll also look at the daily change report as well. So let me move on to Fabric. So here I'm in the stock market near real-time analytics workspace. So we will so once you have the semantic model ready, so at this point I assume you have a working functional semantic model ready, published, with the required relationships between your dimensions, stock and time dimension or date dimension to the fact table, and the model is up and running, so that you can start creating some reports on top of the semantic model that you have deployed, okay, from your Power BI desktop to the PBI service. So I think if we are in lineage view, you can also look at the list view as I mentioned before, but if you come to lineage view, you can see the entire lineage right from the data ingestion through Eventstream to Eventhouse and then KQL database. So here the semantic model, so let me probably zoom in a bit that you can see better. So the stock analytics semantic model, if you click on this three dot, you can create a report right from here. Or I think there are some options to auto create reports. So, but you can, if you're creating it for the first time, just go ahead and create a report. Okay, so I've already created the report and dashboard for this demonstration. Let us quickly look at the reports that we, few reports that we have designed, and how we are designing our dashboard quickly in this video. So let me move on to this report, stock_analytics report. I'm opening this report. So let me quickly help you to understand. There are 5 reports that I have generated. So I'll quickly show you what are those, so that you can follow along and generate the reports individually. To look at the metrics that we kind of calculated using DAX expression, the couple of metrics we looked at, 5-day moving average and daily change. And then you can look at the daily trend, and I will also show you how you can design the candlestick, like, you know, if you look at any Indian stock market scenario, you will see the candlestick like pattern, right? So I'll also show you how you can generate such candlestick like charts as well, which is really cool, right? So to look at the stocks in this way, in a candlestick pattern. Okay, so I'll also help you to generate this kind of report and then bring it into our dashboard as well. Okay, so we'll be looking at a dashboard like this. So I will show you quickly, you know, how we can generate the dashboard as well. But we have this dashboard that you can see here quickly. So I have 4 tiles. Okay, so with the 5-day moving average, daily trend, and the daily trend in a candlestick pattern, and then the daily change report. So you will you'll exactly build such dashboard. I'll help you to achieve that as well. So but before we dive into dashboard, let's quickly look at the individual reports that we designed. Okay, so coming back to stock analytics report, so I have this TCS average close per month. Okay, so that you can see here. So I'm just trying to generate the average of closing price by every month and by symbol, but I think here we have only TCS stock that we're looking at. But in your case, you might be looking at more than one stock, probably 10 or 20 or even 50 stocks. So I think you can kind of look at the closing prices in a single chart. You can try and compare even different stocks, the closing prices by a month. So we are looking at the average of closing price. So if you look at the TCS average of closing price, a month-on-month basis, for 2024, that you can see here, because we are in January at the moment. This is for the last year. You can see it was an uptrend from January. Okay, the closing price was in uptrend, that you can clearly see. And then I think there was a huge drop in September. I think if you guys are already investing in stock market, I think you know the trends better, what happened in the last year. I think around September there was a huge crash, right? So even the TCS stock, it crashed from 4,407 to, like, you know, in October it came down to 4,135. So it was like a 300 odd 300 rupees drop that you can see here. So there was a huge drop, and then it was trying to recover, that you can see from November to December. So in December it came back again to 4,300 levels, right? So I think you can derive such insights, you know. So you can click on edit. So this I'm showing in the view mode. So if I click on edit, you can see what are all the attributes that we brought in for this particular report. So just click on it. So you can see the month from date dimension I brought in the x-axis. Okay, so then what we have from the stock dimension, we have the symbol that we have it in the legend. Okay, so that I keep it. So if you have multiple stocks, you can compare the average of closing price for different stocks. Okay, that's it. and then the fact table, we are just pulling the closing price, and then it will be in the y-axis. Okay, so and then you can, I think by default it might be a different aggregation, but you need to make sure in y-axis you probably make it as average, not the sum. Okay, so that you can look at the average of closing price month-on-month basis. So that's the idea. And if I come back to the reading view, you will see this nice view, okay, for the average of closing price by month and symbol. Okay, and the second report is the TCS, Tata Consultancy Services daily trend. Okay, so I think you can see a similar chart just to validate whether the data is okay in our use case, and the report is okay. So just to quickly validate, you can always check in Google if you're seeing a similar chart, so not this is for one day, but here we are looking at let's say on month-on-month basis, right? So if I say for the last 1 year, I need to look at, there you go. So you can clearly see, so you can just quickly compare and see if the chart trend is matching, just to validate the report that you're generating. Okay, so you can see around September there was a drop, okay, until November, and then it was trying to recover, right? So you can see what's happening. So we can clearly see, I think until September it was okay, then it was dropping, crashing, and then around December levels, I think it was trying to recover. So even you can put a 6-month chart. So I think we are looking at a kind of a 6-month, right? So maybe let me switch to 6-month here. You can clearly see the trend is exactly the same. So that confirms, okay, we have correctly ingested the data, and then we modeled the data and then brought it to the report for our analysis. Okay, so you can just quickly compare. So it was like back in August, September, there was a huge drop around August also, there was a drop, and then it was trying to recover, and then it was dropping again. So you can see a similar trend there. Around August it was trying to recover, and then it was dropping, and then it was trying to recover again, right? So you can see the exact same pattern that we're seeing in the TCS daily trend, right? Okay, so yeah, I think here we have for January, so you should be able to see for January, because we are looking at near real-time analytics. So you can see the data is in there until January 2024 at the time of recording. Okay, so until Friday, because I'm recording this on Sunday today, so I have the data until Friday, January 2024. So we are looking at a near real-time analytics. So I'll also show you, we'll talk about the automation part to update the reports on daily basis every morning with the previous closing prices. Okay, so here again, I think for the daily trend, we are looking at the sum of the closing price. So as I already mentioned, analysts will look at the closing price to derive some insights. Okay, so we'll be looking at, for all of our reports, we'll be looking at the closing price, the previous day closing prices, right? So we are looking at the closing price by year, quarter, month. So you can drill down as well. So you can clearly see, I think until January 2024, January 2025, sorry, I have the data until the Friday, okay, the previous closing day price. And you can clearly see until, so we have this January 2024, which comes around, the previous closing was like 4151.30. You can also validate that if that is reflecting correctly, 4151.30, okay. So you can, yeah, so I think you can Google out and check based on different time periods. You can check the charts, but we are trying to replicate, or have our own charts built for the stocks, and you can build these charts for your own portfolio, right? And then track yourself and make some informed decisions as well, right? So that is on daily trend. So I just wanted to quickly show you the TCS daily trend, the candlestick like chart, how we can generate. I think if you want to generate such candlestick like chart, so I think you will be able to interpret this, but just for your quick information, you can see the green and red candles, right? So a similar pattern, right? So the line chart, what you're seeing here, similarly we are looking at the candlestick like chart. Okay, so the similar trend that you can see here, there was a drop in September, it was trying to recover around December, and then there was a drop again, and then it was trying to, so it's a bit volatile, you can see clearly. Okay, and then it was trying to, I think around January 10th, there were some quarter results announced by TCS, and then at that point in time it was jumping, and then it was again dropping, and then it was coming back up again. So it's a bit volatile, that you can see. So how do you interpret this candlestick like chart? So it is, I hope most of you are already aware, but red candle is something like it started on the higher side, okay, started high and then closed low. So that is like, it started, if you can see this candle, any red candle, it started on high and then closed low, right? So the green candle is like it opened at low price, okay, at this level, and then it closed at a higher price. So that will be that's how you need to interpret the candle like charts here, the candle pattern with the green and red. Okay, so you can see for January 24 and the Friday, I think it is in green, which means like the open price was low and then it closed on the higher side, right? So on Thursday it's like it opened and then closed low. So that's how you need to interpret the candlestick like chart, and then it will give you a good view of where are those green candles, right? So where it opened low and then closed high, and red candles you can have some idea, okay, when it opened high and then closed low, on which dates. I think it's really handy in a stock market world, especially if you're holding. I hope most of you are already investing in stock market. So this candlestick like chart will really help us to understand, to derive some patterns, the days where we see the green candle and the days where we see the red candles as well. So coming back to how we can generate this kind of chart in Power BI. So if I click on edit, I think it's not readily available. So you need to kind of import such candle like view. Okay, so what you can basically do is click on this three dots, get more visuals, and import a visual. Click on get more visuals. That will take you to Power BI visuals, and you can see all of the visuals listed here. Okay, so I think you can always plug it in or bring it as an extension. So you can search for candle stick, or not candlesticks, maybe let's say candle. So here you can see there are quite a few, that you can see the candlestick like charts provided by some developers, right? So candlestick by OKViz, so that you can use it. Okay, but the one that I'm using, so the one that I'm using is candlestick by OKViz. So you can use the same visual as well. If you go to get more visuals, I think simply search in for candle. That's it. And I think this is the one that I'm using by OKViz. You can try it out, and this will give you a nice candlestick like chart for your stocks. So even I think we are looking at only TCS at the moment, right? So if you just click on edit, so you can see, let me select this. So I'm bringing in the closing price, and you can see. So I think to simulate this, you have to select quite a few attributes, because as I mentioned, a candlestick like chart requires some of the attributes like closing price, high price, low, and open. So we call it as OHLC, right? So you need all the four to produce a chart like this, the candlestick like chart. So then only, as I mentioned, red will be like opened higher and then closed low, green will be like open low and then closed higher. So you need all of those four metrics to be able to produce a chart like this. So make sure you plug it in. So here you can see, let me quickly show you filters. So you can see here filters on the visuals, the date. So those are the filters. Okay, so those are the filters. Let me show you under the visualization. You can see here it will ask you the date, close, open, high, low. So you need to plug in all of those metrics into the chart sections. Then I think you're good. Okay, so it will produce a nice candlestick like chart for you. Okay, and you can track it in real time. Okay, so let me come back to reading view. So that's about, I'm not saving it, candlestick. And let's look at the daily change report quickly. So if you remember, we computed the daily change right, in using the DAX expression. So and you can plot that as well, month on month. For every day you can see it's from this kind of chart, you can clearly see the stock is very much volatile. It went down and then trying to recover, went down, and then it was trying to recover again. So it's like you can see the zero level is here, right in the middle, and I think you can see it dropped and then it was trying to recover. So even if you take January, around January 10th, as I mentioned, when the quarterly results were announced, it was like the change was like you can see close to 228.9, which is like from the previous day it jumped this much level, and then again it dropped kind of 58 points, right? So 58 rupees on January 14th. So I think that's how we need to interpret. Okay, so on day by day basis, what is the change? That's what we need to look at. So here you can see on 17th it dropped. So the daily change from the previous day was like negative 82, and then negative 42, and then you can see on 22nd of January it is like it was trying to recover. It's positive 119.65. So this will help me to understand, okay, how volatile is the stock, right? So such report will help us to understand how volatile the stock is, okay, on daily basis. Okay, and you can see the last Friday it was like from previous day, you can see on 23rd it was like negative 8.3, and on 24th from previous day it was like 5.60. okay, so from the previous close. Okay, so it's like we are calculating the daily change, okay, based on the closing price, right? So the daily price change, if you remember, maybe let us come back to the model quickly, how we computed, right? So quickly, if you open the item, open the data model quickly, then we computed the daily price change. How do we do that? So I think in the previous video we already covered it. So we are looking at the closing price only, right? So to compute the difference between the previous close and the current close. So that's it. So that's what we are looking at in that report, the change in the closing price from the previous day. Okay, so what was the closing price previous day, and then closing price difference. Okay, so on 24th of January it is 5.60. So you can always compare it in Google. Let me do it on one day. So you can clearly see there. Yeah, so it's like the previous close. You can see 45.70 was the previous close, right? And the Friday's close is like 5.60 difference, 4151.30, from 4145.70 to 4151.30, which is like a positive 5.60 change from the previous close. That's exactly what we are seeing here. You can see it's like a positive 5.6 rupees change from the previous closing price, okay, between Thursday and Friday. So that's how you can interpret. So that will give us a good idea how volatile the stock is on day by day basis. Okay, that's the daily change report. And then the 5-day moving average, let's quickly check that. So the 5-day moving average we already pre-computed using DAX expression in the semantic model. So if you go, you need to just bring in that if you click on the report. So I'm bringing in the moving average 5-day metric into the y-axis. We go back to reading view. So see, this basically, I hope you're well aware by now why we are doing 5-day moving average. So I talked a bit about it as well. It's smoothen the chart itself. So it will eliminate any noise itself. Probably I think 5 days is a good window, I would say, because there could be some fluctuations. If you look at daily, right? So if you look at this daily trend, there were a lot of noises also, right? So the whole idea of having a moving average is to smoothen the curve and also to eliminate any noise probably in any of the day as well. So I think this is the daily chart we looked at, and if you look at the 5-day moving average, it's nicely it's nice and smooth, that you can see here. So daily trend, and if you look at the moving average 5-day, it's nice and smooth. Okay, so it gives you a clear chart to look at the pattern and derive some patterns. Okay, so you can always compare the daily trend, and it's very much volatile on day-by-day basis. So 5-day moving average gives you a smooth curve like this to interpret and derive some actionable insights. Okay, so that's all I have. So I have like 5 reports for you. You can try and follow along and build these reports, and if you face any challenges in building any of the report, feel free to comment in the same lesson. And if you have any challenges in bringing up this candlestick like chart, so let me know. I'll try and help you as well to build such charts, cool charts for you. So that's about the report. So let us see how we can quickly build the dashboard, right? So I need some of the tiles to be attached in a dashboard like this. So I have the 5-day moving average, candlestick, then the daily trend for stock, and then the daily change report also I wanted to see in a single view, right? Such a nice dashboard. So all you have to do is in the report, for every report, okay, so let it load. So you can click on these 3 dots, just say pin to a dashboard. Okay, so it will open a dialog like this, and if you have existing dashboard, you can always pin it to the existing dashboard, or if you don't have any new dashboard, so you can always create it, give a cool name like stock analytics dashboard, and then you can pin it. Okay, so once you pin this chart, I think you can then these other tiles you can pin it to the existing dashboard. Okay, so once you pinned it, I think you can come back to the workspace, and a new dashboard would be generated for you out of the report that you can see in the lineage view. And I wanted to open this dashboard, and you can always align however you want it to see it nicely on daily basis to track your portfolio. So just for demonstration purposes, for our use case, we picked only TCS, but you're always free to choose any number of stocks that you can ingest and then bring it to the report and build a nice dashboard like this with how many stocks you want to look at and track your portfolio. So if you're like 10-20 stocks that you have invested in, and if you want to track your portfolio powered by Fabric, you can always do that like this and see a nice chart, a nice dashboard like this to track on everyday basis. So in the next video, we'll talk about, I think we already covered how you can automate the data ingestion pipeline, the incremental ingestion pipeline, and the fact loading script as well. But we will quickly look at it, how you can automate it, and also how you can schedule the semantic model refresh, so that on everyday basis, all you have to do is come to this dashboard and see the data reflecting in near real time for you to infer something and make some actionable decisions for your portfolio, right? So that's the key idea, to help you learn the Fabric as well as track your stock portfolio. So okay, so it's like a 2 goal, right? So you can you learn in the process powered by Fabric, and then you have the stock portfolio, whatever stocks you invested in, you can build such cool dashboards and track for yourself every day, right? So I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. So we are in final module, so wherein I will redirect you to some of the monitoring aspects, version control, that I've already produced some videos in my free course. So probably I'll redirect you to some of the YouTube videos so that you can learn more on how you can control the version control part and then the monitoring part as well. But we'll quickly look at that monitoring area quickly, but in detail I've already covered. You can watch the YouTube video. So there are separate lessons in this module that you can navigate to the respective YouTube video. So we'll also talk about the automation, how we can automate the use case what we looked at, the stock market analytics, and derive some insights that we just talked about in the dashboard. So we'll look at those in this module, and then we will wrap up the course itself. Okay, so coming back to the workspace. So I think the ingestion pipeline, right? So we had a couple of notebooks, if you're following along, the history ingestion, and then we just zoom in a bit. So the ingesting of stock API data incrementally. So this was already scheduled. If you're already following along, the ingestion pipeline automation. If you click on schedule, after clicking the 3 dots, so under schedule, you can see the schedule is already on, and I think I already spoke about it. So we need to repeat it every day. So we set it as weekly, and then we disable Sunday and Monday. Why we are doing that? So the trading days is from Monday to Friday. So I need to bring in the previous day closing price from Tuesday till Saturday. So I need the job to run from Tuesday till Saturday. That's it. And I'm running it in the morning, 10 a.m. So you can always you can always decide when you want to schedule this ingestion pipeline, but make sure you schedule it accordingly, right? So the ingestion pipeline first, and then we have the script to load the stock fact from our staging table. So that should come after this, and we should be able to handle any errors as well. So we'll talk about it, how we can probably look at the monitoring capability and how we can perform some retries manually. But if you want to automatically perform some retries, I think you can always achieve that with the programming capability, right? So we'll talk a bit about it. So this part is done. On the ingestion side, we automated, so the schedule is on, and I think we have this notebook to load the TCS stock data, but in your case it could be multiple stocks to load the incremental data. We have a pipeline to load it from the staging table from Eventhouse to the fact table. So if I open the schedule again for this pipeline, okay, so we attached the KQL script, if you remember, to incrementally load the TCS stock data into the fact table from the staging table by performing the required joins to stock and date dimension. So that is also on the same schedule, but a different time that I've given. So once the ingestion is done, but you can decide your time and schedule it accordingly, okay, and give the start and end date. And the time zone, please make sure you choose the time zone if you're in a different time zone, please. So that is done. So a couple of things we scheduled: the notebook we scheduled, then the pipeline with the KQL script we scheduled to load the fact table. And then you also need to make sure you need to schedule the refresh of this semantic model as well. So how do we do that? So in your semantic model in lineage view, so if you're in list view also, we can still do that, okay. So but yeah, so you can navigate to the stock analytics semantic model and click, and then go to settings. So you can do that in list view, and if in the lineage view, click on the, let me zoom in a bit. Oh, sorry. So semantic model settings. So it will open the semantic models, existing semantic model settings. So we're looking at stock analytics semantic model. So just scroll down. There you can see refresh setting, right? So you can choose the time zone and configure a refresh schedule. So you need to define the data refresh schedule to import the data from the data source into the semantic model. Okay, the source here is our fact table into the semantic model, right? So the fact table and the dimension tables. So once the incremental ingestion into the fact table is done, the pipeline we scheduled already, then you need to define the semantic model refresh with the latest data which we need to bring into the report and dashboard. So the refresh frequency, you can set it always as daily as or weekly, and then the time I have given it as 1 p.m. So in my case, the ingestion starts at 10, okay, via Eventstream into Eventhouse, and then the fact loading, incremental loading happens at around 11, and then I schedule the model refresh at around 1 p.m. So that's how I did it, but you can always choose your timings and then look at the look and see how the pipeline is performing. So one is what I've scheduled, and send if there are any refresh failures. I think you can enable this to the semantic model owner. So in case of any refresh failures, you will get an email notification, I guess. So you don't need to explicitly set any alert. So Fabric will send you an alert, or if you need to send out to a specific contact, you can always do that as well by providing the required email addresses here, okay, and then apply the change. So that's it. So now we have scheduled the ingestion pipeline, the fact loading pipeline, and also the semantic model refresh. So are we missing anything else? So I think we have covered all of those, right? The fact loading part. Also, yes. So see, the fact loading part is okay, but I think we also have the data transformation, right? I think we built the stock fact calc table wherein we pre-computed the moving average 5-day as well as the daily change, but we haven't surfaced it to the model, right? If you remember, so I talked about how we can pre-compute, extend, do the feature engineering, but we haven't surfaced in model. So we took the stock fact only because we were trying to build those couple of calculated columns using DAX expression right inside the semantic model. So that's why I think, otherwise, if you're doing some transformation, if you're having some other script in the pipeline, you need to make sure you are scheduling that as well, be it a data pipeline or the PySpark notebook. Please make sure to schedule that as well. But if you're following along with this use case, I think we have scheduled the required notebook and then the pipeline to incrementally load the fact table, and then the semantic model refresh also we have configured. So that's it. So then I think by that time, once the model is refreshed, you should be able to see the latest change, which is the previous day closing price. So let's say by 1 p.m. today, I should see the previous day closing price reflected properly in my report as well as dashboard. So that's the whole idea. Okay, so you can try to simulate that and let me know in case of any challenges that you face in this lesson. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so wherein we will talk a bit about the dashboard. I think we already spoke a bit about it, but we will quickly look at probably the monitoring capability, how you can do some retries to handle some errors. And we'll talk about those in the next video, and then we'll try to wrap it up. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. So in this video, we will quickly look at the monitoring hub, and then I'll also show you Microsoft recently provided this real-time hub as well. So we'll quickly look at that, and we'll look at the dashboard, the real-time dashboard, the near real-time dashboard that we built, and how we can probably have some subscriptions attached to it as well. We'll quickly talk about it as well. Okay, and in the subsequent sections in lessons, you should find the link to the respective YouTube video to learn more about source controlling and the workspace and item level access controls. So those videos I've already produced, so you can watch those videos to gain some understanding around that as well, right? So here you can see for the entire workspace, you can manage the accesses. So in that video, I talked a bit about what are all the different roles, workspace roles, and then the item level access controls that you can enforce. And I think with respect to the source control as well, you can see I've already tagged it. Okay, so it is there under workspace settings, under Git integration. You should see I've already have that configuration in place. But if you want to, yeah, so that's very important with respect to source control. So please watch my YouTube video. You should find the link in the subsequent lesson, in that particular lesson, with respect to source control, and then try and integrate the Git repository. Okay, and then make sure you are providing this version control capability, which is very much required. So when you are building something in Fabric. Okay, so that's quite important. So let's look at this monitoring capability. So again, I have probably provided the YouTube link in the subsequent lessons for the monitoring capability. So I've covered in detail, but if you we can quickly look at it. So under monitoring, you can see all of the activities that we performed as a part of this use case. And you can see the item type, status, and when it started, and all the information, and the location, which workspace and all, and the capacity information as well. Okay. So I think in case of pipeline failures, I think you can come to monitoring, and if you want to manually retry to handle the errors, so you can see for our low TCS stock incremental pipeline, so there is a retry button that you can always retry from within the monitoring capability. Okay, or you can programmatically achieve that as well, that you can leverage. You can try that as well. Okay, so you can always retry. And if you want to look at the details for this particular job, you can always open it and have a look at the activity. Okay, so we schedule the KQL script to incrementally load the fact table. So you can see what activity is that, and whether it performs successfully or not. In case of any failures also, you should see the required error information here, and then act on it. Okay, so that's the monitoring hub, where you can look at any type that you want to look at of all of the activities, and then take the actions accordingly. Okay, so that's about monitoring hub. And the real-time hub, recently introduced by Microsoft, will provide you a unified view of all the real-time artifacts built by you. So you can see here The stock data event stream is here under okay, so that's in a different workspace. So the load stock data event stream that you can see here, it is there in this workspace. So all of the artifacts would be here, just to show you under real-time hub what are all the artifacts that you have in different workspaces. And I think you can also connect to different sources from within this real-time data hub. But if you click on my data streams, so you can see I have some test streams, patient endpoints, but for our use case, I think this is the event stream that we have built under this workspace stock market near real-time analytics. It's also showing up some of the KQL databases, right? The Eventhouse tables that we built, TCS Clean, Stock Fact, TCS Staging table, and all. I think you can always filter it. It's whether you need to look at the stream or you need to look at any of the KQL tables, right? So in this real-time hub. Okay, so that's about it. So coming back to dashboard, so let me expand this. You can open in full screen mode and see this nice dashboard. So you can always look at, so it's interactive, right? So you can always look at the data points if you want to see, when was this peak, on which date exactly, and when was the downfall, the bottom, the low in the last 6 months. It was like around November 4th, 2024. It was like around 3,970, which was the lowest in this timeline what we are looking at. So you can derive some such insights. As I said, I talked a bit about the candlestick as well. So you can derive some patterns by looking at the red candle and green candle, and the moving average, the daily trend. So here we looked at the moving average, and the daily change report also gives you some information, as I mentioned, how volatile the stock is. So that's about it. But you can always look at how you can I mean, if you want to provide some subscriptions to this dashboard. So let's say you need to provide subscriptions to a couple of your team members, so you can always do that. So there is something called subscribe to dashboard. So they can keep a track of all the data on daily basis by subscribing to this dashboard. So if you have a portfolio, in case if you want someone in your family, let's say your spouse, wanted to look at your portfolio on daily basis, you can always provide access. Okay, so by creating the subscription, and then I think daily, I think it will probably send out a notification, or to show the latest changes, and then they can come into the dashboard and then look at the latest data. Okay, so updated in near real time. So there are no subscriptions yet, but you can always create a new subscription. You can give the subscription name and the recipients. Okay, so so the owner is already there. Okay, but you can always add the contacts that you need to provide access to for this dashboard. Okay, and you can also schedule it as well. I think it's asking for schedule date and time, and you can create that subscription and see how that works as well. Okay, so that's one information I wanted to provide. Okay, so let me discard this. I think yeah, I hope I have covered all of the information that I wanted to provide in this video. So I hope you enjoyed this course, and all the very best in your learning journey. So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one.